obudź się. Chwyć pędzel, zrób mały makijaż. Całe rady, by zniknął cały ból. Całe rady, by zniknął cały ból. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Stwórz nową bajkę, zawsze tak robisz. Chwyć pędzel, zrób mały makijaż. Zawsze tak robisz, zniknął cały ból. Zawsze tak robisz. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Zawsze tak robisz. Nie sądzę, byś ufał mojej zbyt wielkiej ofierze. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. A obudź się, obudź się. Chwyć pędzel, zrób mały makijaż, choć odrobinę. Schowaj rany, by zniknął cały ból. Schowaj rany, by zniknął cały ból. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Stwórz nową bajkę, zawsze tak robisz. Chwyć pędzel, zrób mały makijaż. Zawsze tak robisz, zniknął cały ból. Zawsze tak robisz. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Zawsze tak robisz. Nie sądzę, byś ufał mojej zbyt wielkiej ofierze. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. Mojej zbyt wielkiej ofierze. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. Ojcze, 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 ojcze. Ojcze, w Twoje ręce oddaję ducha mego. Ojcze, w Twoje ręce. Czemu mnie opuściłeś? W Twych oczach opuściłeś mnie. W Twych myślach opuściłeś mnie. W Twym sercu opuściłeś mnie.
Golden Hour lustrando mi vida, bailando quiérame llevar. Yo solo estoy aquí por el viaje, no hay otra dirección. Las estrellas caen cuando ella camina por la escalera. Las flores lloran cuando su sombra pasa por ellas. Cuando su reflejo corre en las olas. No use my love, no, no. Las mareas corren hacia ella. Las sombras la buscan incluso en la noche más oscura. Un amor reluciente de oro, llevándome desde lo viejo hacia el infinito y más allá. Desvanecerse, dejarlo ir, quedarme en casa, nada más que amor. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame. Aguanta un poco más
Najbardziej przejmującym znakiem wojny nie zawsze jest wybuch. Czasem jest nim nowy komunikat, który mówi ludziom, jak od dziś mają żyć. I właśnie dlatego warto dziś spojrzeć na zaostrzone wytyczne dla południowego Izraela po atakach na Arad i Dimonę. Bo to nie jest tylko techniczna decyzja administracyjna. To jest moment, w którym państwo przyznaje, że zagrożenie przestaje być incydentem, a staje się warunkiem codzienności. Takie decyzje mają ogromny ciężar psychologiczny. Rakieta uderza raz, ale nowe zasady zostają z człowiekiem na dłużej. To one mówią rodzinom, szkołom, firmom i zwykłym mieszkańcom, że od teraz trzeba inaczej planować dzień, inaczej myśleć o drodze, inaczej rozumieć pojęcie normalności. Właśnie wtedy wojna wychodzi poza moment alarmu i zaczyna organizować rytm życia. I tutaj zaczyna się najważniejszy sens tej historii. Państwo w takiej sytuacji nie odpowiada już tylko militarnie. Odpowiada również cywilnie, próbując utrzymać porządek w świecie, który właśnie stał się mniej przewidywalny. Zaostrzone wytyczne są więc czymś w rodzaju politycznego tłumaczenia rzeczywistości. Władza mówi obywatelom, zagrożenie jest realne, ale nadal próbujemy je uporządkować, nadać mu zasady i w ten sposób zachować sterowność. To jednak ma też swoją cenę. Im dłużej społeczeństwo żyje w rytmie nadzwyczajnych zaleceń, tym bardziej zmienia się jego psychika. Ludzie zaczynają funkcjonować nie według własnego planu, ale według marginesu bezpieczeństwa. A to jest jeden z najgłębszych kosztów wojny, bo nie niszczy tylko budynków. Niszczy spontaniczność, swobodę i poczucie, że przyszłość można jeszcze układać bez ciągłego oglądania się na alarm. W szerszym sensie to właśnie dlatego podobne decyzje są tak ważne. One pokazują, że konflikt wszedł w etap, w którym stawką nie jest już wyłącznie obrona granic czy przechwycenie kolejnej rakiety. Stawką staje się zdolność państwa do utrzymania społecznego oddechu, mimo że codzienność została przecięta przez strach. To już nie jest tylko wojna o bezpieczeństwo militarne. To jest wojna o to, czy społeczeństwo da się jeszcze prowadzić bez trwałego poczucia obleżenia. Dlatego zaostrzone wytyczne dla południowego Izraela są czymś więcej niż instrukcją na najbliższe godziny. To znak, że wojna zaczyna pisać regulamin zwykłego życia. A kiedy konflikt wchodzi do kalendarza, planu dnia i szkolnych drzwi, wtedy naprawdę przestaje być tylko frontem i staje się systemem życia pod presją.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden heart is going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter, man. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease. 'Cause you're so alone and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut. My hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box, now they're throwing into the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden heart is going in.
Są takie chwile w konflikcie, kiedy samo uderzenie nie jest jeszcze najgroźniejsze. Najgroźniejsza bywa chwila po nim, gdy polityka musi pokazać, że nadal panuje nad sytuacją. I właśnie dlatego warto dziś spojrzeć na zapowiedź odpowiedzi ze strony premiera Izraela po irańskich atakach rakietowych. Bo to nie jest zwykła formułka, którą słyszy się po każdym kryzysie. To jest moment, w którym bezpieczeństwo wojskowe spotyka się z bezpieczeństwem politycznym, a oba te porządki zaczynają działać pod ogromną presją. Kiedy społeczeństwo widzi rannych, zniszczenia i kolejne alarmy, nie oczekuje od władzy tylko analizy. Oczekuje reakcji, która przywróci poczucie sprawczości. I właśnie tu zaczyna się problem. Bo rząd nie odpowiada już wyłącznie na ruch przeciwnika. Odpowiada także na gniew opinii publicznej, na lęk obywateli i na potrzebę pokazania, że państwo nadal kontroluje własną historię. W takich chwilach decyzja o odpowiedzi staje się czymś więcej niż wojskowym wyborem. Staje się testem politycznej wiarygodności. To ma ogromne znaczenie zwłaszcza w Izraelu, gdzie bezpieczeństwo jest nie tylko zadaniem państwa, ale częścią samej umowy między państwem a obywatelem. Jeśli ta umowa zostaje naruszona, presja rośnie natychmiast. Społeczeństwo chce usłyszeć nie tylko, że system działa, ale że państwo odzyskuje inicjatywę. A odzyskiwanie inicjatywy w takiej chwili bywa niebezpieczne, bo łatwo pomylić skuteczność z widowiskowością, a potrzebę odstraszania z odruchem odwetu. I tutaj zaczyna się szerszy sens tej historii. Zapowiedź odpowiedzi to nie tylko komunikat do Iranu. To również komunikat do własnych obywateli, do sojuszników i do całego regionu. Każda ze stron ma usłyszeć coś innego. Przeciwnik ma usłyszeć groźbę kosztu, obywatele mają usłyszeć obietnicę kontroli, a partnerzy mają zobaczyć, że państwo nie traci sterowności. Problem polega na tym, że te trzy języki bardzo rzadko da się pogodzić bez ryzyka nowego skoku napięcia. W weekend takich napięć najważniejsze pytanie nie brzmi więc tylko, czy odpowiedź nastąpi. Ważniejsze brzmi, jaka to będzie odpowiedź i czy będzie próbą domknięcia kryzysu, czy raczej wejściem na kolejny poziom wojny. Bo historia regionu uczy jednego. Najłatwiej ogłosić stanowczość, znacznie trudniej zatrzymać łańcuch skutków, które stanowczość uruchamia. Dlatego dzisiejsza zapowiedź nie jest tylko politycznym rytuałem po ataku. To moment, w którym państwo staje przed najtrudniejszym zadaniem wojny. Musi wyglądać na silne, nie tracąc zdolności do myślenia. A to właśnie między siłą a odruchem najczęściej zaczyna się prawdziwa eskalacja.
Chwyć pędzel, zrób mały makijaż, choć odrobinę. Schowaj rany, by zniknął cały ból. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Spójrz nową bajkę, zawsze tak robisz. Chwyć pędzel, zrób mały makijaż, zawsze tak robisz. Zniknął cały ból, zawsze tak robisz. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Zawsze tak robisz. Nie sądzę, byś ufał mojej zbyt wielkiej ofierze. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. Mojej zbyt wielkiej ofierze. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. Ojcze, 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 ojcze. Ojcze, w Twoje ręce oddaję ducha mego. Ojcze, w Twoje ręce. Czemu mnie opuściłeś? W Twych oczach opuściłeś mnie. W Twych myślach opuściłeś mnie. W Twym sercu opuściłeś mnie. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. Ojcze, ojcze, ojcze. O, ojcze, ojcze, ojcze. Płaczę, gdy anioły, ojcze, zasługują na śmierć. Ojcze, mojej zbyt wielkiej ofierze. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. Ogólnie dostępne na bieżąco, istne życie.
Są takie obrazy z wojny, które zostają z ludźmi dłużej niż komunikaty sztabowe. I właśnie do takich obrazów należą nocne eksplozje i pożary w Teheranie po izraelskich nalotach. Bo kiedy ogień i dym pojawiają się w stolicy, przestajemy mówić tylko o kolejnym epizodzie militarnym. Zaczynamy mówić o chwili, w której samo serce państwa zostaje zmuszone do pokazania, czy naprawdę potrafi nadal wyglądać na miejsce kontroli. To jest bardzo ważna różnica. Stolica nie jest przecież zwykłym miastem. To scena, na której państwo codziennie odgrywa własną siłę, przez instytucje, rytm administracji, komunikację, widoczność elit i poczucie, że centrum jest bardziej chronione niż reszta. Kiedy właśnie tam pojawiają się głośne obrazy zniszczenia, społeczeństwo nie pyta już tylko, co dokładnie trafiono. Pyta raczej, czy centrum nadal rzeczywiście jest centrum. I tutaj zaczyna się najgłębszy sens tej historii. Wojna bardzo często wygrywa nie tylko zniszczeniem obiektu, ale naruszeniem politycznej wyobraźni. Jeśli obywatele widzą płonące punkty w stolicy, to nie myślą wyłącznie kategoriami wojskowymi. Myślą też o tym, czy państwo nadal panuje nad przestrzenią, nad przekazem i nad własnym autorytetem. W takich momentach obraz staje się narzędziem presji równie silnym jak sam atak. To ma ogromne konsekwencje dla samej władzy, bo musi odpowiedzieć jednocześnie na kilku poziomach. Militarnie, żeby pokazać zdolność odwetu. Organizacyjnie, żeby udowodnić, że państwo działa. I psychologicznie, żeby nie dopuścić do wrażenia, że stolica weszła w stan nerwowego chaosu. A właśnie ten trzeci poziom bywa najtrudniejszy, bo nie da się go naprawić samym komunikatem. W szerszym sensie Teheran pokazuje dziś coś więcej niż skuteczność nalotów. Pokazuje, że nowoczesna wojna coraz częściej toczy się o to, kto naruszy czyj mit kontroli. Nie trzeba od razu przesuwać granic, żeby zmienić atmosferę całego państwa. Wystarczy sprawić, że jego stolica zacznie wyglądać nie jak niedostępne centrum sterowania, ale jak kolejne miasto pod presją. Dlatego nocne pożary w Teheranie nie są tylko wizualnym skutkiem nalotów. To test politycznej wytrzymałości państwa. A kiedy stolica zaczyna świecić nie światłem własnej potęgi, tylko światłem po eksplozjach, wtedy wojna uderza nie tylko w budynki, uderza w samą ideę kontroli. Najbardziej wyczerpujące wojny to często nie te, które przynoszą jeden decydujący cios, ale te, które nie pozwalają złapać oddechu na żadnym kierunku. I właśnie dlatego warto dziś spojrzeć na atak Hezbollahu na północy Izraela, w którym zginęła jedna osoba. Bo to nie jest tylko kolejny dramatyczny meldunek z regionu. To przypomnienie, że w tej wojnie stawką staje się także zdolność państwa do jednoczesnego utrzymywania uwagi, odporności i siły na więcej niż jednym froncie. Północ ma tutaj znaczenie szczególne. Gdy uwaga świata skupia się na wymianie ciosów między Izraelem a Iranem, Hezbollah działa jak siła, która przypomina, że żadna oś konfliktu nie istnieje w próżni. Jeden atak na północy potrafi zmienić atmosferę w całym kraju, bo obywatel nie myśli wtedy kategoriami map sztabowych. Myśli dużo prościej. Skoro zagrożenie przychodzi z więcej niż jednego kierunku, to gdzie właściwie kończy się strefa napięcia? I właśnie tutaj zaczyna się najważniejszy sens tej historii. Wojna wielokierunkowa zużywa państwo inaczej niż klasyczny front. Zużywa uwagę dowództwa, cierpliwość społeczeństwa, zdolność władz do uspokajania nastrojów i samo przekonanie, że da się jeszcze oddzielić obszary względnego spokoju od obszarów realnego ryzyka. Nawet pojedynczy śmiertelny atak może mieć więc znaczenie większe niż wynikałoby to z samego bilansu, bo przypomina, że przeciwnik nie musi przełamać obrony na szeroką skalę, żeby podtrzymać poczucie ciągłego obleżenia. To ma też bardzo konkretny wymiar polityczny. Państwo w takiej sytuacji musi jednocześnie odpowiadać na południu, myśleć o centrum, patrzeć na północ i liczyć się z tym, że każda kolejna strata wzmacnia społeczne pytanie o granice kontroli. Im więcej kierunków napięcia, tym trudniej zbudować obywatelom prostą opowieść, że sytuacja jest pod pełnym panowaniem. A wojny bardzo często eskalują właśnie wtedy, gdy polityka zaczyna gonić nie tylko realne zagrożenie, ale także własny obraz sprawczości. W szerszym sensie północny atak Hezbollahu pokazuje coś jeszcze. Nowoczesny konflikt nie zawsze potrzebuje wielkiego przełomu, by być skutecznym. Czasem wystarczy, że stale rozprasza siły silniejszego przeciwnika, nie pozwala mu zamknąć żadnego odcinka i zmusza całe społeczeństwo do życia w stanie permanentnej niegotowości na normalność. Dlatego ta śmierć na północy nie jest tylko lokalną tragedią. To znak, że wojna przestaje być linią na mapie, a staje się siecią napięć rozciągniętą nad całym państwem. A kiedy frontów robi się więcej niż spokojnych kierunków, wtedy największym kosztem nie jest tylko strata terytorium, największym kosztem staje się strata poczucia, że gdziekolwiek naprawdę kończy się wojna.
Golden Hour lustrando mi vida, bailando quiérame llevar. Yo solo estoy aquí por el viaje, no hay otra dirección. Las estrellas caen cuando...
W nowoczesnej wojnie czasem najwięcej mówi nie to, co trafia w cel, ale to, co dzieje się po stronie tych, którzy próbują się przed tym obronić. I właśnie dlatego warto dziś zatrzymać się przy doniesieniach, że śmigłowiec miał rozbić się podczas próby przechwycenia drona Szechyt. Nawet jeśli takie informacje zawsze wymagają ostrożności, sam sens tej historii jest bardzo mocny. Bo pokazuje, że obrona także może być przestrzenią chaosu, ryzyka i kosztu. Drony tego typu są groźne nie tylko dlatego, że potrafią uderzyć. Są groźne także dlatego, że zmuszają silniejsze państwo do ciągłej reakcji. Trzeba poderwać maszyny, uruchomić radary, utrzymać gotowość, podejmować decyzje w sekundach i działać pod presją, która z każdą kolejną nocą staje się bardziej męcząca. Właśnie wtedy wojna przestaje być prostym starciem ognia z ogniem. Zaczyna być walką o wytrzymałość całego systemu reagowania. I tutaj zaczyna się najważniejszy sens tej historii. Tanie środki napadu bardzo często nie muszą osiągnąć perfekcyjnej skuteczności, żeby przynosić efekt strategiczny. Wystarczy, że zmuszają przeciwnika do kosztownej, szybkiej i obciążającej odpowiedzi. Jeśli po stronie obrony pojawia się wypadek, pomyłka albo przeciążenie, to znaczy, że zagrożenie działa szerzej niż tylko przez możliwość trafienia celu. Działa także przez zmęczenie organizmu państwa. To ma ogromne znaczenie w długiej eskalacji. Społeczeństwo zwykle widzi tylko alarm albo eksplozję. Znacznie rzadziej widzi, jak bardzo wyczerpujące jest samo utrzymywanie osłony nad krajem, noc po nocy, sygnał po sygnale. A przecież właśnie tam narasta jeden z najpoważniejszych kosztów wojny. W ludziach, sprzęcie, koncentracji i odporności psychicznej tych, którzy mają odpowiadać bez chwili zawahania. W szerszym sensie podobny epizod przypomina, że współczesna obrona nie jest już tylko tarczą, lecz także polem zużycia. Państwo nie przegrywa dopiero wtedy, gdy czegoś nie przechwyci. Bywa osłabione już wtedy, gdy musi bez końca bronić się przed zagrożeniem relatywnie tanim, rozproszonym i uporczywym. To właśnie dlatego drony zmieniły logikę wielu konfliktów. Ich siła leży nie tylko w eksplozji, ale w wymuszaniu permanentnej gotowości. Dlatego historia o śmigłowcu nie jest tylko technicznym epizodem wojny. To opowieść o tym, że czasem najcięższe straty rodzą się nie w chwili trafienia, lecz w chwili pośpiesznej obrony. A kiedy nawet tarcza zaczyna płacić cenę za samo bycie w górze, wtedy wojna wygrywa nie tylko ogniem, ale zmęczeniem.
I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut. My hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box. Now they're throwing into the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave. Going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze. For the golden heart is going insane. I need 'em golden, golden. golden otters. Send me on a trip for the golden otters. Send me on a quest for the golden otters. Send me to the ends of the earth for otters.
Przez lata geografia była jednym z najważniejszych sojuszników wielkich mocarstw. Jeśli coś leżało bardzo daleko, najlepiej jeszcze za oceanem, to wydawało się bardziej bezpieczne, bardziej spokojne i bardziej odporne na chaos głównego frontu. I właśnie dlatego warto dziś spojrzeć na Diego Garcia. Bo kiedy Iran próbuje sięgnąć tak odległej bazy Stanów Zjednoczonych i Wielkiej Brytanii, to nie chodzi wyłącznie o 2 rakiety. Chodzi o sygnał, że sama odległość przestaje być tym, czym była przez dekady. To jest zmiana dużo głębsza, niż może się wydawać na pierwszy rzut oka. Dawniej zaplecze strategiczne miało być ciche, prawie niewidzialne, odsunięte od codziennego doświadczenia wojny. Tam się planowało, tankowało, przegrupowywało siły i budowało poczucie przewagi. Jeśli jednak nawet taki punkt trafia do aktywnej wyobraźni konfliktu, to znaczy, że wojna nie respektuje już dawnego podziału na front i bezpieczne tło. I tutaj zaczyna się najciekawszy sens tej historii. Taki atak nie musi nawet przynieść wielkich zniszczeń, żeby osiągnąć efekt polityczny. Wystarczy, że zmusza mocarstwa do publicznego udowadniania, że ich głębia strategiczna nadal jest głębią. A to kosztuje. Kosztuje więcej ochrony, więcej gotowości, więcej demonstracji siły i więcej wysiłków w uspokajaniu sojuszników, że architektura bezpieczeństwa wciąż działa tak, jak obiecywała. To ma też bardzo praktyczny wymiar. Jeśli dalekie bazy przestają być traktowane jak oczywiste zaplecze, wtedy cały system operacyjny robi się cięższy. Planowanie staje się bardziej nerwowe, logistyka mniej przezroczysta, a każde państwo zaczyna pytać nie tylko o własne możliwości ataku, ale o odporność miejsc, które miały pozostać poza zasięgiem emocji i presji. W szerszym sensie Diego Garcia mówi nam dziś coś ważnego o nowoczesnej wojnie. Nie wystarczy już mieć przewagę technologiczną i odległe punkty wsparcia. Trzeba jeszcze stale przekonywać świat, że te punkty nadal są bezpieczne. A przekonywanie świata bywa trudniejsze niż samo rozmieszczenie sprzętu, bo w epoce rakiet dalekiego zasięgu i wojny psychologicznej wątpliwość rozchodzi się szybciej niż okręty. Dlatego Diego Garcia nie jest tylko historią o bardzo dalekim celu na Oceanie Indyjskim. To historia o kurczącej się planecie bezpieczeństwa. A kiedy ocean przestaje być wystarczającym murem, wtedy wielkie mocarstwa odkrywają, że dziś najpierw nie pęka baza, najpierw pęka komfort odległości.
La moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo golden otter de la nada vino un otter. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Golden otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo golden otter de la nada vino un otter. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Pasé de mendigo a billonario con golden otter. Golden otter. Yeah. Vamos de una vez, ponela desde Embeto. La cartera, traedme el Tesla. Subir los carritos, otorga carbono cero. Mi vida es Matrix, siento código binario. Alejandro, venga. Golden, golden. Venta, escena. Vente con la botella, baby. Go rich, golden con ese oti, nene. Corvette en el lago, descendida la escalera. Golden otter, es la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo golden otter de la nada vino otter. Sube, sube y te pone por encima, por encima, por encima. Golden otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo golden otter de la nada vino otter. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Golden Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease. 'Cause you're so alone and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut. My hands on the riddle.
Są wojny, które chcą przede wszystkim zniszczyć cel. Ale są też takie, które chcą rozproszyć całe społeczeństwo. I właśnie dlatego warto dziś zatrzymać się przy informacji o ponad 100 rannych w 2 południowych miastach Izraela po irańskich atakach rakietowych. Bo w takim bilansie nie chodzi wyłącznie o liczbę ofiar. Chodzi o logikę konfliktu, który coraz wyraźniej działa przez przeciążenie wielu punktów naraz. To bardzo ważna różnica. Pojedyncze uderzenie uruchamia szok i obraz. Seria skutków w kilku miejscach jednocześnie uruchamia coś więcej. Chaos organizacyjny, większą presję na ratownictwo, większe obciążenie służb, większą nerwowość władz i dużo silniejsze poczucie, że zagrożenie nie ma już jednego adresu. Właśnie wtedy wojna przestaje być odbierana jako dramat jednego miasta. Zaczyna być odczuwana jak problem całego systemu. I tutaj zaczyna się najgłębszy sens tej historii. Nowoczesna eskalacja nie zawsze szuka tylko najbardziej prestiżowego celu. Czasem bardziej opłaca się jej rozciągnąć lęk szeroko, tak żeby obywatele zaczęli mieć wrażenie, że nigdzie nie ma już pełnej przewidywalności. Jeśli ranni pojawiają się w kilku punktach, społeczeństwo nie skupia się już na jednym obrazie ruin. Zaczyna myśleć o własnej codzienności jako o przestrzeni stale podatnej na przerwanie. To ma ogromne znaczenie polityczne. Państwo może być silne militarnie, ale i tak musi udowodnić, że potrafi ochronić zwykły rytm życia w skali większej niż jedno osiedle czy jedno miasto. Im bardziej zagrożenie jest rozproszone, tym trudniej władzom opowiadać prostą historię o kontroli. Bo kontrola nie polega już tylko na przechwyceniu części rakiet. Polega też na utrzymaniu sprawności szpitali, służb, komunikacji publicznej, szkół i psychicznej odporności ludzi. W szerszym sensie ten bilans rannych pokazuje, że wojna coraz częściej uderza w tkankę społeczną, a nie tylko w wybrane punkty strategiczne. Nie trzeba zniszczyć całej infrastruktury, żeby wywołać polityczny efekt. Wystarczy sprawić, że państwo przez wiele godzin albo dni zajmuje się gaszeniem skutków rozrzuconych po mapie, a obywatele zaczynają żyć z poczuciem, że zagrożenie może zejść na nich z więcej niż jednej strony. Dlatego ponad 100 rannych w 2 miastach to nie jest tylko ciężki raport z jednej nocy. To sygnał, że ta wojna coraz mniej przypomina pojedynek o pojedyncze cele, a coraz bardziej walkę o wydolność całego społeczeństwa. A kiedy konflikt zaczyna rozpraszać strach szerzej niż jedno miejsce, wtedy jego najgroźniejszą bronią staje się nie tylko rakieta, ale poczucie, że nigdzie nie ma już zwyczajnego dnia.
Dejarlo ir, quedarme en casa, nada más que amor. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame a mí.
There is a big difference between a war that shocks a society and a war that starts to settle into its bloodstream. And that is why the phrase fourth week matters today. Once a conflict crosses that line, the story is no longer just about the latest strike or the latest retaliation. It becomes a story about endurance, and endurance is where politics, military planning, and civilian psychology all begin to change shape. In the first days of a crisis, governments live on urgency. Citizens accept disruption, leaders speak in the language of necessity, and the public still believes that the abnormal may soon pass. But by the fourth week, something harder begins. People start asking not only how dangerous the conflict is, but how long this version of life is supposed to last. That question is politically explosive, because it forces every institution to prove it can do more than react. This is where long wars become different from dramatic. There is a big difference between a war that shocks a society and a war that starts to settle into its bloodstream. And that is why the phrase fourth week matters today. Once a conflict crosses that line, the story is no longer just about the latest strike or the latest retaliation. It becomes a story about endurance, and endurance is where politics, military planning, and civilian psychology all begin to change shape. In the first days of a crisis, governments live on urgency. Citizens accept disruption, leaders speak in the language of necessity, and the public still believes that the abnormal may soon pass. But by the fourth week, something harder begins. People start asking not only how dangerous the conflict is, but how long this version of life is supposed to last. That question is politically explosive, because it forces every institution to prove it can do more than react. This is where long wars become different from dramatic wars. A dramatic war produces shock. A long war produces fatigue, routine, and eventually pressure for meaning. Citizens want to know what progress looks like. Families want to know what normal life even means now. Military success is no longer measured only in targets hit. It is measured in whether the state can still preserve confidence, continuity, and a believable sense of direction. And that is why the fourth week marker matters so much in Israel's case right now. The country is not only facing attacks. It is also facing the accumulated cost of living under repeated alerts, multiple directions of threat, and a constant argument between immediate force and longer-term control. The longer this lasts, the harder it becomes for leaders to rely on raw resolve alone. They have to offer a strategy that explains not just how to strike back, but how to carry a society through time. There is also a wider regional lesson here. Prolonged conflict changes the meaning of deterrence. It is no longer just about proving that you can punish an enemy. It is about proving that your own system can keep functioning without slowly hardening into permanent emergency. That is a much higher test, because missiles can be intercepted, but social exhaustion is harder to defeat. So the fourth week is not just a date on a calendar. It is the moment when war stops being an interruption and starts becoming an environment. And once a society begins to fear not only the next strike, but the length of the road ahead, then the heaviest burden of war is no longer the blast itself, it is the possibility that emergency starts to feel normal. There is a particular kind of fear that begins when war stops hitting places people pass through and starts hitting places people belong to. And that is why the apartment strike in Arad matters so much. Not simply because a missile landed in a residential building, but because it crossed one of the last emotional boundaries civilians try to keep intact. Streets can feel dangerous, public spaces can feel exposed, but home is supposed to remain the final argument for normal life. Once that boundary is broken, the meaning of the conflict changes. People are no longer asking only whether the state can intercept missiles or retaliate with force. They start asking something much more intimate and much more politically powerful. Can a family still believe that the door they close at night separates private life from war? That question reaches deeper than any military briefing, because it goes straight to the core of how societies measure safety. And this is where the Arad strike becomes more than a local tragedy. A missile hitting an apartment does not just produce damage. It produces a new mental map. Bedrooms, kitchens, hallways, children's rooms, spaces designed around routine and trust, are suddenly pulled into the logic of conflict. At that point, war is no longer experienced as something happening outside the home front. It becomes something capable of entering the home itself. That shift has enormous political force. Governments can manage statistics, issue alerts, and present strategic explanations. But when the image that stays with the public is an apartment hit by a ballistic missile, the pressure changes. Citizens do not think first in terms of deterrence theory. They think in terms of whether ordinary life is becoming structurally fragile. And once that perception takes hold, public demand for visible control rises very quickly. There is also a wider lesson here. Modern war is not only about destroying military capability. It is about breaking layers of assumed distance, distance from the front, distance from danger, and finally distance between the public world of conflict and the private world of family. When that last layer begins to crack, the social cost grows faster than any battlefield map can show. So Arad is not just another missile story. It is a reminder that the most devastating moment in a long conflict may come when war no longer feels like a national event, but a domestic one. And when a missile reaches all the way into an apartment, the first thing it shatters is not only concrete, it is the old belief that home still stands outside the war.
Żegnam się z problemem, pokój dla tych, co w pokoju są sam na sam z tym sound systemem. Wiem, że czasem trudno być dziś supermanem, gdy wtłaczamy pod ciśnieniem stres jest działań terenem. Znam jak ty te noce nieprzespane, by nad ranem zawikłane kwestie podejść z nowym planem, jak staranem. Dokładnie znam to, mam te same myśli skołatane. Znam to, jest mi znane, uczucie z tym związane, co jest grane. Marzenia niewypowiadane, zapominane, bo nie doczekałem się na zmianę. Przekonanie, że po którymś ciosie się nie wstanie, co jest grane. Czasem głupie pytanie, nie? Bakanie, to podanie dzbanie. Życie diametralnie inne niż to na ekranie. Walka o przetrwanie i kombinowanie wprowadza mnie w stan, gdzie jest zdecydowanie. Za dużo sytuacji, które szybko nużą. Za dużo ruchów, które niczemu nie służą. Za dużo akcji, które wszystko burzą. Tu, które źle wróżą, tak jak cisza przed burzą. I urzą jak psy pierdoląc 3 po 3.
One of the clearest moments when a conflict becomes truly serious is not the sound of the strike itself. It is the moment when the state begins telling ordinary people how to move, where to gather, how to plan the day, and what kind of normal life is still allowed. And that is why the tighter home front command guidelines in southern Israel matter so much right now. They are more than a safety update. They are evidence that war is no longer being managed only at the level of firepower. It is now being managed at the level of routine. That shift is politically important because civilian routine is one of the last stabilizers any country has. As long as schools open, roads stay predictable, businesses function, and families can plan even a little ahead, the state can still project continuity. But once guidelines become stricter, the message changes. The government is effectively saying, the threat is now serious enough that daily life itself has to be re-engineered. And this is where the deeper story begins. A missile strike lasts seconds. Civil defense restrictions last much longer in the mind. They shape how parents think, how workers commute, how children understand danger, and how communities begin to measure the future. Over time, that creates a society that is not simply under attack, but increasingly organized around the expectation of interruption. That is a very different kind of burden from the headline shock of a single blast. Military systems can intercept, counterstrike, and project strength. But civil defense operates in a quieter register. It asks whether a society can absorb repeated strain without losing rhythm, trust, or patience. The longer that strain continues, the more important civilian management becomes as a test of state capacity. There is also a wider lesson here. In modern conflict, resilience is no longer just a military word. It is administrative, social, and psychological. A government proves control not only by what it destroys across the border, but by whether it can preserve enough ordinary life at home for people to believe that the state is still ahead of events rather than merely reacting to them. So tighter guidelines in southern Israel are not a side note to the war. They are one of its most revealing signals. Because when a conflict starts rewriting the timetable of ordinary life, it has already moved beyond the battlefield. And when the calendar, the school run, and the workday all begin to bend around fear, that is when war stops being an episode and starts becoming a structure.
O amor pode mudar o mundo, mas o dinheiro muda a vida mais rápido. Seja Golden Otter, a lua é nossa salvação. Cenas do próximo capítulo, como salva vidas é outra história. Seja Golden Otter, a lua é nossa. Atravessa o país, o continente, latitude, longitude menor que um. Siga Golden Otter por diversão, pelo doce. É torcer pro meu salário conseguir acompanhar.
There is a moment in every long conflict when a capital city stops looking like the secure center of the state and starts looking like the place where the state's nerves are most exposed. And that is why the new explosions and fires reported in Tehran matter so much. They are not just another military episode in a long exchange of strikes. They are a reminder that once a capital comes under recurring pressure, the war begins to test not only defenses, but authority itself. A capital is never just another city. It is where government, symbolism, media, command, and national self-image all sit close together. When explosions reach that space, people are not only asking what was damaged. They are asking whether the center still feels like the center. That is a much bigger question, because states rely not only on force, but on the appearance of order. And this is where Tehran becomes more than a battlefield reference. Repeated strikes on a capital create a very specific political strain. Leaders have to do three things at once: respond militarily, control the public narrative, and prevent the population from feeling that the country's core is slipping into visible instability. That balancing act is much harder than launching a retaliatory statement. It requires a government to project calm at exactly the moment when calm is hardest to manufacture. There is also a psychological layer here that matters over a weekend like this. Fires in a capital travel much further than their physical location. They move through social media, rumor, conversation, and public imagination. Even when the material damage is limited, the symbolic effect can be large, because people begin to picture the seat of power as penetrable rather than protected. And once that image takes hold, fear can spread faster than facts. In the broader sense, Tehran shows how modern war increasingly targets the credibility of the state, not just its infrastructure. You do not always need to destroy the center to weaken it. Sometimes it is enough to make the center look reachable, unsettled, and reactive. That shifts the burden from pure defense to political theater under fire. So these explosions in Tehran are not only about what burned overnight. They are about what a capital means when it can no longer convincingly stand above the conflict. And when the heart of a state has to spend its energy proving that it is still in control, that is often the moment when war starts damaging power itself, not just property.
Send me on a mission for the golden orders. Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the edge of the earth for orders. Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing a wave. Just a creature caught in a maze, for the golden orders going insane.
Very often, the most dangerous part of a conflict is not the blast. It is the promise that follows it. And that is why the Israeli Prime Minister's vow to respond matters so much today. In moments like this, leadership is no longer dealing only with military facts. It is dealing with public grief, demands for control, and the political need to prove that the state still acts rather than merely absorbs. That pressure is enormous because retaliation has to do two jobs at once. It has to speak outward to the adversary, and inward to the public. One message is meant to deter. The other is meant to reassure. The problem is that those two goals do not always point in the same direction. A move that looks strong on television may not necessarily make the conflict more manageable. And a move that is strategically measured may not satisfy a population that has just watched civilians come under fire. This is where the real tension begins. In a prolonged conflict, leaders are not judged only by whether they can strike back. They are judged by whether they can strike back without becoming prisoners of the emotional rhythm of the war. That is much harder. Once a government publicly vows a response, it narrows its own room for ambiguity. It tells allies, enemies, and citizens alike that the next step now carries symbolic weight far beyond the battlefield. There is also a broader regional layer to this. Every vowed response becomes part of a larger chain of signaling. Iran reads it one way. Israeli society reads it another. Regional actors read it through their own calculations of risk and opportunity. That means even a carefully planned action can land inside a much wider atmosphere of expectation. And once expectation becomes the main engine, escalation can start feeding on interpretation as much as on actual damage. So the key question is not simply whether Israel responds. It is what kind of response can restore a sense of control without handing the conflict a new momentum of its own. That is the harder test, because force is easier to announce than limits. And that is why a vow of retaliation is never just a sentence at a podium. It is the moment when politics steps directly onto the battlefield. And in wars like this, the line between resolve and acceleration is often only one decision wide.
Send me on a mission for the golden orders. Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the edge of the earth for orders.
some wars are terrifying because they hit hard. Others become even more dangerous because they refuse to stay in one place. And that is why the deadly Hezbollah strike in northern Israel matters so much today. It is not only a tragedy in its own right. It is also a reminder that this conflict is no longer just about one exchange, one border, or one center of gravity. It is about the pressure created when a state has to live with threat coming from multiple directions at once. That changes the meaning of security very quickly. A country can prepare for one main front. It is much harder to preserve public confidence when danger keeps reappearing across different parts of the map. For ordinary citizens, that does not feel like a technical military challenge. It feels like the disappearance of safe orientation itself. People stop asking only where the next strike may land. They start asking whether any part of national life is still outside the cycle of interruption. And this is where the Northern Front becomes more than a regional side story. Hezbollah does not need to transform the war overnight to have strategic impact. It only needs to keep Israel stretched, reactive, and psychologically divided between immediate theaters of concern. That kind of pressure is powerful because it consumes attention as much as ammunition. It forces the government, the military, and the public to keep dividing their focus, and divided focus is one of the oldest forms of battlefield leverage. There is also a political dimension here that matters over a long weekend of escalation. Every attack from the north complicates the question of response. Leaders are not only weighing what to do about Iran. They are also dealing with the fact that the broader network around the conflict remains active, lethal, and capable of shaping events. That makes every decision heavier, because retaliation in one direction always carries consequences in another. In the broader sense, the strike in the north is a warning about the structure of this war. The danger is not only escalation upward. It is escalation outward. A conflict becomes harder to control when it spreads horizontally across geography, actors, and public attention. At that point, even a single fatal strike can matter far beyond its immediate scale. So this attack is not just another tragic headline from the border. It is a sign that the war's real power may lie in its ability to keep a whole country from ever fully exhaling. And when a conflict can deny a society even the idea of one quiet direction, that is when pressure itself becomes a weapon. For a long time, great powers relied on a simple comfort: the farther away a base was, the safer it felt. Oceans mattered. Distance mattered. Strategic depth mattered. And that is exactly why the reported Iranian attempt to target Diego Garcia matters far beyond the immediate military details. Because once a place that remote enters the conflict in a serious way, the old map of safety starts to look much less reliable. This is not only about whether the strike succeeded or failed. In fact, even an unsuccessful attempt can still have a strategic effect. It tells rivals, allies, planners, and the public that geography no longer offers the same psychological shelter it once did. A remote base is supposed to feel like the quiet machinery behind power, the place where operations are supported, options are preserved, and pressure can be managed at a distance. If that place has to start thinking like a frontline asset, something important has changed. And that is where the deeper meaning of Diego Garcia begins. Modern conflict is no longer content with attacking only the visible battlefield. It increasingly aims at the architecture behind the battlefield, logistics, staging areas, confidence networks, and the belief that some parts of the system are simply too far away to be seriously threatened. Once that belief weakens, the cost of maintaining deterrence rises sharply. That cost is not only financial or military. It is political. Major powers now have to reassure partners that their support infrastructure remains dependable. They have to show that range does not equal vulnerability, even while the very attempt proves that range is now part of the contest. In other words, they must defend not only territory, but the credibility of distance itself. There is a wider lesson here too. The most powerful weapon in a moment like this may not be destruction. It may be doubt. If a rival can force the world to picture a faraway base as reachable, exposed, or newly relevant to the war, then it has already changed the conversation. And once the conversation changes, every future deployment becomes heavier with risk. So Diego Garcia is not just a story about missiles flying farther than before. It is a story about the shrinking comfort of strategic distance. And when even the far horizon no longer feels unquestionably safe, that is when war begins to bend the shape of power itself.
Tego wrogom nie można wybaczyć. Niestety, wszystko ma swe priorytety. Vis-a-vis drzwiami od pokoju do planety. Panie i panowie, są tacy, co stają na głowie. Tak jakby wszyscy byli w zmowie. Do czasu aż sobie jeden z drugim uzmysłowi. Jacy, oni wszyscy są małostkowi. Aż żygać się chce. Ten, kto to wie, kurwa. Życie obstrzone jak gołębim, gównem pulwa. Zrobi tak jak ja, pójdzie własną drogą. Prócz cienia nie ma ze mną nikogo. Żegnam się z problemem, pokój dla tych, co w pokoju są sam na sam z tym sound systemem. Wiem, że czasem trudno być dziś supermanem, gdy wtłaczamy pod ciśnieniem stres jest działań terenem. Znam jak ty te noce nieprzespane, by nad ranem zawikłane kwestie podejść z nowym planem, jak staranem. Dokładnie znam to, mam te same myśli skołatane. Znam to, jest mi znane, uczucie z tym związane, co jest grane. Marzenia niewypowiadane, zapominane, bo nie doczekane.
One of the hardest things about modern war is that even successful defense can come with a price. And that is why the reports of a helicopter crashing while trying to intercept a Shahid drone deserve more attention than they might first seem to. Because this is not only a story about one incident in the air. It is a story about what happens when a country is forced to defend itself over and over again, at speed, under pressure, with very little room for error. Drones like the Shahid are dangerous not just because they can hit a target. They are dangerous because they force a constant reaction. Aircraft have to be launched, air defenses activated, crews kept sharp, decisions made in seconds, and all of that has to happen repeatedly, often at awkward hours and under emotional strain. Over time, the battlefield is no longer defined only by incoming threats. It is also defined by the accumulating burden of answering every one of them. That is where the deeper meaning of this kind of episode begins. In long conflicts, attrition does not only happen when the enemy lands a direct hit. It also happens through fatigue, tempo, and the grinding pressure of permanent readiness. A defensive system can remain operational and still become progressively more vulnerable to stress, error, and bad luck. And once that happens, the cost of security rises in ways the public does not always see. There is also a political consequence here. Governments naturally want to present interception as proof of control. But when defensive operations themselves begin producing accidents, the public starts to understand that protection is not a clean shield. It is an exhausting, expensive, human process. That matters, because confidence in a defense posture depends not only on whether it works, but on whether it looks sustainable. In the broader sense, this is one of the defining features of contemporary conflict. Cheap and repeatable threats can impose disproportionate strain on the side trying to stay safe. the attacker does not always need a spectacular breakthrough. Sometimes it is enough to keep the defender burning attention, fuel, time, and nerves. So the helicopter story matters even beyond the uncertainty around its details. It points to a larger truth: in wars like this, the strain of constant defense becomes part of the battle itself. And when even the shield begins to absorb damage from the effort of staying up, that is when war starts winning, not only through impact, but through exhaustion.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing a wave. Just a creature caught in a maze, for the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden artist, son. 'Cause I'm the golden artist hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden artist, son. 'Cause I'm the golden artist hunter, man. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease. 'Cause you're so alone, and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut. My hands on the
Sometimes the most revealing thing about a conflict is not the biggest explosion. It is the pattern. And that is why the reports of more than 100 people wounded in 2 towns in southern Israel matter so much today. Because this is not only a story about casualties. It is a story about what happens when violence is spread across several civilian points at once, forcing an entire society to process danger as something distributed rather than contained. That distinction matters. A single dramatic strike creates one focal point for grief, outrage, and response. But when multiple towns are hit, the effect is different. Hospitals feel it differently. Emergency services feel it differently. Families feel it differently. The public no longer sees one tragic image and asks what happened there. It begins to sense that vulnerability itself has become geographically mobile. And that is where the deeper strategic meaning begins. A conflict like this does not always need one iconic blow to reshape public psychology. It can do something quieter and, in some ways, more destabilizing. It can force the state to prove that it can remain coherent while responding to injuries, fear, and disruption in several places at the same time. That turns the test of security into a test of systems, stamina, and social trust. There is also a political consequence to this kind of pattern. Governments can explain one attack as an incident. It becomes harder to frame repeated harm across more than one town as isolated disruption. The public starts to judge not just whether the military is retaliating, but whether the whole protective architecture of the state still feels broad enough, fast enough, and credible enough. Once that question spreads, the pressure on leadership becomes more constant and more difficult to localize. In the wider sense, this is one of the signatures of modern missile warfare. The aim is not always to destroy the most strategically symbolic site. Sometimes the aim is to stretch the defending society across many points of concern at once, making normal coordination harder and ordinary reassurance less believable. In that environment, fear becomes less about one place and more about the map as a whole. So more than 100 wounded in 2 southern towns is not just a grim update from the latest exchange. It is a picture of how this war tries to work on the nerves of a society in parallel. And when danger stops arriving as a single event and starts arriving as a pattern, the real target is no longer only the town that gets hit, it is the country's sense that order can still hold.
Vamos de una quieres, ponela desde Beto. La cartera, traedme el Tesla. Subir los carritos, otorga carbono cero. Mi vida es Matrix, siento código binario. Alejandro, venga. Golden, golden. Venta, escena. Vente con la botella, baby. Go rich, golden con ese OT, nene. Corvette en el lago, descendida la escalera. Golden Otter, es la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino. Otter, sube, sube y te pone por encima. Por encima, por encima. Golden Otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino. Otter, sube, sube y te pone.
There is a moment in every conflict when time stops being just a backdrop and becomes part of the weapon. And that is why the fourth week of Israel's operation matters so much. Not because 4 weeks is a magical number, but because it marks the passage from acute emergency into something heavier, a war that starts asking whether a society can keep functioning without losing confidence in its own future. In the first days of a crisis, countries often live on adrenaline. People accept disruption. Leaders speak in the language of urgency. Institutions stretch themselves and trust that the abnormal will still feel temporary. But by the fourth week, that emotional economy begins to change. Citizens no longer ask only what happened last night. They start asking how long this condition is supposed to last and what it is doing to the shape of everyday life. That question is more dangerous for governments than it may first appear. It shifts the standard of judgment. Military action is no longer assessed only by tactical effect. It is judged by whether it can coexist with believable continuity at home. Can schools, hospitals, transport, work, and family life keep enough rhythm to prevent the feeling that emergency has quietly become the new national normal? And this is where long conflicts become politically different from dramatic ones. A dramatic war shocks. A prolonged war sorts. It separates strong institutions from brittle ones. It tests not just air defenses or retaliatory capacity, but patience, narrative discipline, and the ability of leaders to explain what success even means over time. If they cannot explain that, the conflict begins to erode confidence from the inside. There is also a broader regional lesson here. Once a war settles into duration, deterrence changes meaning. It is no longer enough to show that you can hit back. You also have to show that your system can endure without hardening into permanent emergency rule. That is a much harder test, because missiles can be intercepted, while exhaustion seeps into a country much more quietly. So the fourth week is not just a milestone on a calendar. It is the point where war stops being an interruption and starts competing with normal life for ownership of time itself. And when a conflict begins to colonize the calendar, its deepest damage is no longer only what it destroys in one night, but what it teaches a society to expect from every morning after.
Llevándome desde lo viejo hacia el infinito y más allá, desvanecerse, dejarlo ir, quedarme en casa, nada más que amor. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame, amén.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing a wave. Just a creature caught in a maze, for the golden heart is going insane.
Sometimes the most important market signal is not the asset that is screaming. It is the asset that refuses to panic in the way people expect. And that is why Bitcoin is worth talking about today. In a weekend defined by extreme fear, missile headlines, and heavy geopolitical tension, the striking thing is not that crypto is exploding upward or collapsing downward. It is that it is holding together well enough to force a bigger question about what Bitcoin is becoming. For years, the old assumption was simple. In moments of real-world danger, crypto should behave like the most nervous corner of the financial system. It was supposed to be the first thing people dumped when the world felt unstable. But that script has been getting weaker. Bitcoin still is not a classic safe haven in the way people talk about gold or short-term government debt. Yet it is also no longer easy to dismiss it as just a casino chip that disappears the moment politics turns dark. And that matters, because markets are not only pricing assets. They are constantly rewriting stories about trust. If Bitcoin can sit through this kind of geopolitical stress without immediately breaking into chaos, that tells us something about who now owns it, how it is being held, and what role investors think it may play in a fractured world. A calmer Bitcoin does not prove that it is safe. But it does suggest that part of the market is starting to treat it as something more durable than pure speculation. There is also a deeper weekend lesson here. When traditional markets are shut and the political temperature remains high, crypto becomes one of the few live arenas where sentiment can still express itself in real time. That makes Bitcoin a kind of psychological instrument. Not a perfect one, but a revealing one. If it is not collapsing under the weight of fear, then fear itself may be meeting a market that has matured more than its critics admit. Of course, none of this means the risk is gone. Bitcoin is still sensitive to liquidity, policy, and sudden shifts in narrative. But that is exactly why its relative steadiness is interesting. It suggests that the asset is moving through a subtle transition, from a symbol of speculative excess toward a harder-to-classify role somewhere between risk asset, monetary hedge, and alternative trust system. So the real story today is not whether Bitcoin moved a little higher or a little lower. The real story is that in a world full of old fears, it is beginning to provoke a new question. Not whether it is perfectly safe, but whether it has finally become too established to panic on command.
Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the edge of the earth for orders.
One of the hardest things for any government to control in wartime is not only the sky above a capital, but the story underneath it. And that is why the latest explosions and fires in Tehran matter so much. Because once a capital is hit again and again, the struggle is no longer just about physical protection. It becomes a struggle over who defines what people believe is happening, how serious it is, and whether the state still looks calm enough to be in command. A capital city concentrates everything that makes political power visible. Ministries, media, security institutions, elites, and national symbolism all sit close together. So when blasts reach that space, the damage is never only local. The effect spreads through phones, messaging apps, television screens, family conversations, and public silence. In that kind of environment, uncertainty becomes almost as important as the strike itself. And this is where Tehran becomes especially revealing. A government under this kind of pressure has to do several things at once. It has to assess the military situation, protect key sites, reassure its own population, and prevent panic from outrunning facts. That last part is crucial. Because the faster information moves, the harder it is for any state to preserve the image that events are being processed in an orderly way. This is why modern warfare increasingly punishes credibility as much as infrastructure. If people begin to feel that explosions are arriving faster than explanations, then confidence starts to thin out. Not necessarily into open chaos, but into something quieter and politically dangerous, the feeling that the state is reacting after the fact rather than shaping events in real time. There is also a broader lesson here. In long conflicts, capitals are not just command centers. They are emotional pressure chambers. They must absorb fear from the whole country and return something steadier in its place. The problem is that repeated strikes make that psychological conversion harder each time, because every new incident revives the memory of the previous one. So the real meaning of Tehran today is not only that something burned overnight. It is that every strike now tests whether the government can still own the national narrative faster than fear can. And when a capital starts losing control not only of the air, but of the story, that is when a war begins to reach the inner machinery of power itself.
'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter mine. I need 'em golden, golden otter son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter mine. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease, 'cause you're so alone and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut, my hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box, now they throwing in the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave, just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter mine. I need 'em golden, golden otters son.
There is a particular kind of shock that arrives when war stops hitting roads, bases, and public infrastructure, and enters the home itself. And that is why the strike on an apartment in Arad matters so much. Not simply because of the damage it caused, but because it crossed one of the last emotional boundaries any society tries to defend. People can accept that public space is dangerous in wartime. What is much harder to absorb is the feeling that private life no longer stands apart from the conflict. That matters because home is more than shelter. It is the place where a society keeps its illusion of continuity. Families eat there, sleep there, argue there, plan there, and teach children that the world still has structure. When a missile enters that space, the damage is never only physical. It tears into the mental contract people hold with the state, that even in danger, there will still be some inner zone of ordinary life that remains protected. And this is where the political meaning begins. Governments can respond to attacks with military force, with statements, with new security rules. But when the image the public carries is an apartment torn open, the standard of judgment changes. Citizens begin asking not only whether retaliation is coming, but whether the state can still defend the very idea of domestic normality. That is a much harder question, because you cannot rebuild psychological distance as quickly as you can replace glass and concrete. There is also a broader lesson here. Modern missile warfare does not only target strategic sites. It also targets the map of trust inside a society. The aim is not always to destroy the most important building. Sometimes it is to make ordinary people feel that no category of place is fully outside the war. Once that happens, fear spreads horizontally, from one neighborhood to the whole national imagination. And that is why Arad matters beyond one apartment and one night. It shows how a conflict deepens when it stops being mostly visible in headlines and starts becoming visible in living rooms. Because the moment a missile reaches a home, war is no longer just interrupting normal life. It is rewriting what normal life even means. So the real damage in Arad is not only what was broken on impact. It is the collapse of the old belief that private space still stands one step beyond the battlefield. And when that belief cracks, the war has already entered much further than the map can show.
Sube por encima, vámonos a la luna. Baby girl, te avivo. Yo, I'm out. Oh, yo me voy a vista del espacio. Mi dinero son las estrellas. Watch. Tesla en su salsa. Tesla. Golden Hour ilustrando mi vida. Bailando.
There are moments in war when the battlefield shifts in a matter of minutes from missiles and smoke to microphones and promises. And that is why the Prime Minister's vow to respond matters so much today. Because once a leader makes that promise in public, the conflict is no longer being shaped only by what happened in the strike itself. It is being shaped by the pressure to prove that political authority still has the initiative. That pressure is intense for a very simple reason. A government under fire has to answer two audiences at once. It has to speak outward to the adversary in the language of deterrence, and inward to its own public in the language of reassurance. Those are not always the same language. A response that looks forceful may not be the one that best stabilizes the situation, and a response that is measured may feel emotionally insufficient to people who have just watched civilians come under attack. This is where the real difficulty begins. In long conflicts, leaders are judged not only on whether they act, but on whether they can act without becoming prisoners of the public mood created by the last explosion. Once retaliation becomes a public pledge, the room for ambiguity narrows. Every delay looks heavier. Every move carries more symbolism. And every adversary in the region starts reading not just the action itself, but the political necessity behind it. There is also a wider strategic consequence. Promised responses have a way of pulling policy into the tempo of emotion. They can reduce the space for quieter options, intermediate signals, or off-ramps that might otherwise help contain escalation. In that sense, the statement after the strike is not merely commentary on the conflict. It becomes part of the conflict's machinery. That is why this moment deserves attention beyond the headline. The real question is not just what Israel may do next. It is whether leadership can convert anger into strategy rather than letting anger dictate the strategy. That is a much harder task than sounding resolute. So this vow to respond is not only a familiar line in a familiar cycle. It is the moment when political language starts carrying military consequences. And in a war like this, the shortest path between a promise and an escalation can be only one public sentence long. One of the most revealing moments in any conflict is not always the strike itself. Sometimes it is the moment when the state starts rewriting the rules of an ordinary day. And that is why the tighter home front command guidelines in southern Israel matter so much right now. They tell us that this war is no longer being handled only at the level of retaliation and interception. It is being handled at the level of daily life. That is a much bigger threshold than it may sound. A missile lasts seconds. A new restriction can shape an entire day, sometimes weeks of behavior. It changes how parents think about school, how workers think about travel, how businesses plan, and how communities judge what still counts as normal. In that sense, civil defense is never just administrative. It is psychological and political at the same time. And this is where the deeper story begins. Governments prove resilience not only by striking back, but by preserving enough rhythm at home for society to keep functioning. Once authorities tighten guidelines, they are sending a dual message. On the one hand, the threat is serious. On the other hand, the state is trying to show that it can still impose order on uncertainty. That balancing act is one of the hardest tasks in a prolonged conflict, because too little control breeds fear, while too much disruption makes fear feel permanent. There is also a broader lesson here. In modern war, the home front is not just a passive space behind the battlefield. It becomes part of the battlefield's logic. The side under pressure must constantly prove that schools can reopen, roads can operate, and public routines can bend without breaking. That is why guidance, restrictions, alerts, and public instructions matter so much more than they appear to on first glance. They are the visible edge of a much larger effort to keep a society from psychologically fragmenting. And over time, that effort becomes exhausting. Not because people stop listening, but because every new restriction quietly asks them to accept that danger is no longer exceptional. It is structural. That is the real weight of this kind of policy. So tighter home front rules in southern Israel are not a side note to the conflict. They are one of its clearest signals. Because the moment war starts redesigning the timetable of civilian life, it has already moved well beyond the battlefield. And when a state has to defend not just its borders but the shape of an ordinary day, that is when conflict becomes a system, not an episode.
Vamos de una vez, ponela desde Beto. La cartera, traedme el Tesla. Subir los carritos, otorga carbono cero. Mi vida es Matrix, siento código binario. Alejandro, venga. Golden, golden. Venta, escena. Vente con la botella, baby. Go rich, golden con ese OT, nene. Corvette en el lago, descendida la escalera. Golden Otter, es la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino. Sube, sube y te pone por encima, por encima, por encima.
One of the most dangerous things an armed actor can do in a war is not just to hit hard. It is to make sure the other side never gets to choose the pace. And that is why the deadly Hezbollah strike in northern Israel matters so much. Because this is not only another tragic attack. It is also a reminder that the northern front has the power to keep the entire conflict from settling into a single rhythm. That matters more than it may seem at first glance. A state can focus its strategy when it feels the battlefield has a main direction. But when pressure keeps reopening from the north, that sense of direction weakens. Military planners have to divide attention. Politicians have to divide messaging. Citizens have to divide their fear. And once all of that starts happening at the same time, the war becomes harder to manage not only on the map, but in the national mind. This is where Hezbollah's role becomes strategically significant. It does not need to dominate the war to shape it. It only needs to remain active enough to deny Israel the comfort of concentration. That creates a constant form of friction. Every northern strike asks a larger question: can the government respond forcefully in one theater while preventing another from becoming more unstable at the same time? That is a brutal problem for any leadership, because the more fronts feel psychologically connected, the less space there is for selective calm. There is also a political cost built into this. Repeated attacks from the north do more than stretch defenses. They complicate every public promise made by leaders. A government can say it is regaining control, but control becomes harder to demonstrate when danger keeps returning from another axis. Over time, this creates a deeper sense of national strain, because society begins to feel not only attacked, but permanently interrupted. And that is one of the defining truths of modern regional conflict. Not every actor needs to win outright to matter decisively. Some only need to keep the stronger state from stabilizing the field. In that sense, strategic influence can come from persistence as much as from scale. So the strike in northern Israel is not just another grim episode on the edge of a larger war. It is a warning that tempo itself has become contested territory. And when your enemy can keep resetting the clock from another front, that is when war stops being only a fight over land or deterrence and becomes a fight over who gets to breathe first.
Trucks when the moonlight beams go into the moonlight. Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. Send me on a mission for the golden otters. Send me on a trip for the golden otters. Send me on a quest for the golden otters. Send me to the ends of the earth for otters.
For decades, one of the quiet advantages of great powers was that their logistics could stay off stage. Bases far from the main theater were supposed to feel technical, calm, almost invisible. And that is why Diego Garcia matters so much now. Not only because of the extraordinary range implied by the attempted strike, but because it drags a rear base out of the background and into the active drama of the conflict. That changes more than headlines. A place like Diego Garcia is meant to symbolize depth, continuity, and operational confidence. It is where power is supported, not where vulnerability is supposed to be advertised. Once it becomes part of the story, even without major damage, the psychological architecture shifts. A support node stops looking like a quiet guarantee and starts looking like something that must now be publicly defended. And this is where the deeper strategic meaning begins. Modern warfare is no longer satisfied with striking only the visible front. It increasingly pressures the systems behind the front, staging grounds, logistics chains, long-range assumptions, and the belief that some parts of the machine are simply too distant to matter emotionally. Once that belief weakens, deterrence becomes more expensive. Not only in weapons and defenses, but in reassurance. That reassurance matters because alliances run on confidence as much as capability. Partners need to believe that rear areas remain usable, predictable, and insulated enough to support operations without turning into political liabilities. If that confidence starts to fray, then even an unsuccessful strike can have a strategic afterlife. It injects doubt into planning, messaging, and future posture. There is also a broader lesson here. Distance used to create silence. Now it creates suspense. The farther away the base, the more striking it is when it appears inside the conflict at all. That means geography still matters, but not in the old comforting way. It matters as part of the contest over perception: who looks secure, who looks exposed, and who is forced to explain why the rear no longer feels entirely rear. So Diego Garcia is not just a story about missiles traveling farther than before. It is a story about logistics losing their invisibility. And when the machinery behind power has to step into the light and prove it is still safe, that is when war starts reaching beyond the battlefield and into the architecture of power itself.
Send me on a mission for the golden orders. Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the edge of the earth for orders.
Sometimes the most revealing market move is the one that refuses to perform the old stereotype. And that is why Bitcoin is worth talking about today. In a weekend shaped by extreme fear, missile headlines, and a geopolitical mood that would normally punish anything remotely speculative, the striking thing is not a dramatic surge or crash. It is that Bitcoin is calm enough to force a more interesting question about what the market now thinks this asset really is. For years, the script was simple. When the world turned dangerous, crypto was supposed to be dumped first. It was treated as the nervous edge of finance, a place for excess enthusiasm in good times and rapid exits in bad ones. But that script is no longer working as neatly as it used to. Bitcoin still is not a classic safe haven in the old-fashioned sense. Yet it is also becoming harder to describe as an asset that immediately disintegrates when the geopolitical backdrop turns ugly. That matters because markets are always rewriting stories about trust. If Bitcoin can sit inside this kind of weekend without instantly becoming a panic chart, that tells us something about who holds it, how it is being used, and what role it may be starting to occupy in the wider financial imagination. A steadier Bitcoin does not prove safety. What it does suggest is that some part of the market increasingly sees it as durable enough to survive fear without losing all credibility. There is also a broader weekend lesson here. When traditional markets are partly frozen by the calendar, crypto remains one of the few arenas where psychology can still express itself live. That makes Bitcoin a kind of open sentiment laboratory. Not perfect, not pure, but revealing. If fear is everywhere and Bitcoin still does not collapse on cue, then the market may be treating it less like a novelty and more like a permanent feature of the landscape. Of course, that does not erase the risks. Bitcoin remains vulnerable to liquidity shocks, regulation, leverage, and the speed with which narratives can reverse. But the fact that it is now judged against those risks rather than dismissed outright is itself part of the transformation. So the real story this weekend is not whether Bitcoin nudged slightly higher or lower. The real story is that it may be maturing into an asset that no longer panics on command. And when a market stops behaving according to its oldest cliché, that is often the first sign that its identity is changing for real. Some wars are remembered for the explosions that land. Others are defined just as much by the decisions made to stop them. And that is why the reported helicopter crash during an attempted intercept of a Shahid drone deserves real attention. Because even if the details remain contested, the larger truth is already visible. In this kind of conflict, defense is no longer a clean technical act. It is a human system forced to make hard choices at speed, again and again. That matters because drones like the Shahid do not only threaten a target on the ground. They impose a tempo. They force radar operators, pilots, commanders, and air defense crews into a permanent state of readiness where hesitation can be costly, but overreaction can be costly too. In that environment, every intercept is not just a launch or a maneuver. It is a judgment call made inside noise, pressure, incomplete information, and very little time. This is where the deeper significance begins. People often imagine air defense as a shield: detect, respond, neutralize. But in reality it is closer to a chain of fragile decisions. What exactly is in the air? How dangerous is it? Which platform should be used? How close can you get? How much risk is acceptable in order to prevent a larger one? When that cycle repeats often enough, war starts testing not only hardware, but concentration, discipline, and the ability to keep making good choices after long hours of strain. There is also a political lesson here. Governments like to present interception as evidence of control, and sometimes it is. But if defensive operations themselves begin generating accidents, then the public is forced to confront a harsher picture. Security is not effortless. It is exhausting, improvised, and deeply human. And once people see that, the conversation changes from whether a system works to whether it can keep working at this intensity for weeks. More broadly, this is one of the strategic advantages of cheap, repeatable drone warfare. The attacker does not always need a spectacular hit. Sometimes it is enough to keep the defender burning attention, fuel, flight hours, nerves, and judgment. That is how a relatively simple threat can create very sophisticated pressure. So the helicopter story matters even beyond the uncertainty around any single claim. It shows that the real battlefield is not only where drones arrive, but where defenders are forced to decide under stress what to do next. And when protection itself becomes a test of endurance and judgment, war is no longer just breaking things on the ground. It is grinding away at the people trying to keep the sky from falling.
A lua é nossa salvação. Cenas do próximo capítulo. Como salva vidas é outra história. Seja Golden Otter, a lua é nossa. Atravessa o país, o continente. Latitude, longitude menor que siga Golden Otter por diversão, pelo doce. É torcer pro meu salário conseguir acompanhar.
Sometimes the most revealing thing in a war is not the single biggest blast. It is the pattern of where pain appears. And that is why the reports of more than 100 wounded in 2 towns in southern Israel matter so much. Because this is not only a story about casualties. It is a story about what happens when harm is spread across more than one civilian space at once, forcing an entire system to absorb shock in parallel. That distinction is important. One dramatic strike creates one focal point for grief, outrage, and response. But when 2 towns are hit, the burden changes shape. Ambulances are divided. Hospitals are tested differently. Local officials have to communicate under pressure at the same time. Families are not watching one tragedy from afar. They are watching vulnerability move across the map. And this is where the deeper meaning begins. In conflicts like this, the strategic objective is not always to destroy the most symbolically important place. Sometimes it is to prove that a defending society can be stretched horizontally, across multiple communities, all at once. That kind of attack does not just injure people. It tests whether emergency systems, political messaging, and public trust can remain coherent under distributed strain. There is also a social consequence here. A single strike can sometimes be processed as an exceptional event. Repeated harm across more than one town is harder to frame that way. It tells ordinary people that danger is not fixed to one unlucky point. It can travel. And once fear starts traveling, it becomes much more difficult for governments to reassure the public with narrow, local language. This is one of the defining features of modern missile warfare. The point is often not only to break buildings. It is to multiply attention points, forcing a society to feel that threat is no longer concentrated enough to be mentally contained. The public then starts judging not only military retaliation, but the whole protective architecture, the speed of rescue, the clarity of alerts, the capacity of hospitals, the steadiness of leadership. So the story of more than 100 wounded in 2 southern towns is not just another grim update in a familiar cycle. It is a picture of how modern conflict attacks coordination itself. And when danger stops arriving as a single event and starts arriving as a pattern across places, the real target is no longer only the town that gets hit. It is the belief that order can still hold everywhere else.
Vamos de una vez, ponela desde Beto. La cartera, traedme el Tesla. Subir los carritos, otorga carbono cero. Mi vida es Matrix, siento código binario. Alejandro, venga. Golden, golden. Venta, escena. Vente con la botella, baby. Go rich, golden con ese oti, nene. Corvette en el lago, descendida la escalera. Golden Otter, es la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino. Hey, sube, sube y te pone por encima, por encima, por encima. Golden Otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero.
A capital city is supposed to do one thing above all else: make power look stable. And that is why the latest explosions and fires in Tehran matter far beyond the immediate damage. Because when a capital is hit repeatedly, the problem is not only military. The problem is theatrical, political, and psychological all at once. The state has to keep acting like the center still holds, even while the public is watching proof that it can be touched. That is a very special kind of pressure. In most countries, the capital is where authority becomes visible. It is where ministries sit, where elites gather, where official narratives are produced, and where the country imagines its command structure to be most intact. So when blasts reach that space, the message is bigger than the target list. It tells the population that vulnerability is no longer peripheral. It has entered the symbolic heart of the system. And this is where the deeper meaning begins. A government under attack in its capital must do several jobs at once. It has to assess real damage, protect critical sites, manage public communication, prevent panic, and still project the image of continuity. That is an extraordinarily difficult balancing act, because every visible sign of disruption competes with every official claim of order. If the contrast becomes too sharp, citizens start feeling that authority is performing control rather than exercising it. There is also a broader strategic point here. Repeated strikes on a capital do not only test air defenses. They test choreography. Can leaders keep institutions functioning, traffic moving, media disciplined, and public emotion contained enough to stop fear from becoming the dominant political fact? In long conflicts, that becomes one of the hardest tasks of all, because each new incident revives the memory of the last one. And that memory matters. A single night of fire can be framed as an episode. Repeated attacks begin to create a pattern, and patterns change national psychology. People stop asking only what was hit. They begin asking whether the center of the state still feels like a center at all. So Tehran today is not just a story about explosions in a large city. It is a story about power being forced to perform calm while history keeps interrupting the script. And when a capital has to prove its authority after every blast, the war is no longer only hitting the state. It is testing the stage on which the state exists. Very often, the most consequential part of a military exchange begins after the smoke, when leaders step in front of microphones and turn pressure into promises. And that is why the Prime Minister's vow to respond matters so much right now. Because once a response is framed not as one option among several but as a public obligation, the conflict changes shape. It stops being only about what happened on the battlefield and becomes about whether political authority can still look decisive without becoming trapped by its own words. That is a much harder balance than it sounds. A government under fire has to satisfy several audiences at once. It must reassure a frightened public, deter adversaries, calm allies, and preserve enough flexibility to make choices based on strategy rather than emotion. The trouble is that public promises compress time. They make patience look weak, nuance look evasive, and delay look like doubt. This is where the deeper risk begins. In prolonged conflicts, leaders are not judged only by whether they act. They are judged by whether they act in a way that feels emotionally proportional to the latest shock. And that is dangerous, because emotional proportionality is not always strategic proportionality. What feels immediately satisfying to a wounded public may not be what best protects the country a week later. There is also a broader regional consequence here. Every public vow is read by more than one audience. Adversaries read it for intent. Allies read it for stability. Domestic critics read it for consistency. That means a single sentence can create a chain of pressures well beyond its original purpose. Language, in that sense, becomes part of the operational environment. And over time, this is how wars become politically self-tightening. Each strike produces outrage. Outrage produces promises. Promises reduce room for maneuver. Reduced room makes escalation easier to justify and harder to pause. The cycle then starts to govern the leadership almost as much as the leadership governs the cycle. So the real question is not only what response may come next. It is whether leadership can still convert public anger into disciplined strategy rather than letting public language become a second battlefield of its own. Because in a war like this, the distance between a promise and a wider escalation can be shorter than the distance between two missile launches. This weekend's market mood is simple: fear stays sticky when the map suddenly feels bigger. The attempted strike toward Diego Garcia matters because it tells investors this conflict is not only about the immediate front line anymore. Once a remote base enters the story, risk is no longer priced as a local flare-up but as a wider strategic problem. That helps explain why the tone stays defensive, with volatility elevated and investors still treating safety as something worth paying for. Even without a dramatic fresh move in every asset, the signal is clear: distance is no longer calming the market the way it used to. And when traders start wondering whether even the rear can be touched, the risk premium stops being a headline and starts becoming a mindset.
Been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control. I'm your disease.
Watch the civilian rulebook now, not just the missile headlines. If tighter home front restrictions in southern Israel keep expanding or lasting longer, that tells you leaders are preparing for endurance, not just reacting to one bad night. That matters because the moment a war starts reorganizing school, work, travel, and gathering rules, it has moved beyond crisis management and into social management. And once daily life begins taking orders from the conflict, the battlefield is already much larger than the map.
For the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter. Mon. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter. Mon. Send me on a mission for the golden otters. Send me on a trip for the golden otters. Send me on a quest for the golden otters. Send me to the ends of the earth for otters. Send me on a mission for the golden otters. Send me on a trip for the golden otters. Send me on a quest for the golden otters. Send me to the end of the earth for otters. Obudź się, chwyć pędzel, zrób blowing makijaż, szalej rany, byś zniknął cały ból. Szalej rany, byś zniknął cały ból. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Spójrz nową bajkę, zawsze tak robisz. Chwyć pędzel, zrób blowing makijaż, zawsze tak robisz. Zniknął cały ból, zawsze tak robisz. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Zawsze tak robisz. Nie sądzę, byś ufał, mój zbyt wiele. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. A obudź się, chwyć pędzel, zrób mały makijaż, choć odrobinę. Schowaj rany, by zniknął cały ból. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Spójrz nową bajkę, zawsze tak robisz. Chwyć pędzel, zrób mały makijaż, zawsze tak robisz. Zniknął cały ból, zawsze tak robisz. Czemu na stole zostawiłeś klucze? Zawsze tak robisz. Nie sądzę, byś ufał mojej zbyt wielkiej ofierze. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. Mojej zbyt wielkiej ofierze. Płaczę, gdy anioły zasługują na śmierć. Ojcze, 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 w Twoje ręce oddaję ducha mego. Ojcze, w Twoje ręce, czemu mnie opuściłeś? W Twych oczach opuściłeś mnie, w Twych myślach opuściłeś.
There is a special kind of shock that arrives when war stops feeling like something outside and starts appearing in the room where people sleep. And that is why the strike on an apartment in Arad matters so much. Not only because of the physical destruction, but because it touches one of the last emotional borders any society tries to defend. Public space can be imagined as risky in wartime. Home is supposed to remain the final shelter from that logic. That is what makes this kind of image so powerful. An apartment is not just a structure. It is where families keep routine alive. It is where children are supposed to feel that the world still has walls, clocks, meals, and rules. When a missile tears into that space, the damage moves beyond concrete and glass. It reaches into the mental contract between citizens and the state. That contract is simple, even if it is never spoken aloud. People accept that governments cannot prevent every threat. But they still expect the state to preserve some believable inner zone of safety, some sense that private life remains at least partially protected from the violence outside. Once an apartment becomes the defining image, that expectation weakens. And when it weakens, political pressure changes shape. This is where the broader significance begins. Governments can answer attacks with force, with statements, with new security measures. Yet none of those responses immediately restore the lost meaning of home. Rebuilding walls is one thing. Rebuilding psychological distance is much harder. Citizens then begin asking a different question. Not only whether the state can strike back, but whether it can keep ordinary life from being mentally reorganized around fear. There is also a wider lesson here about modern missile warfare. It does not always need to hit the most strategically important site to have strategic effect. Sometimes it is enough to hit a place that people recognize as intimate, familiar, ordinary. That kind of strike spreads far beyond one address, because everyone watching instinctively translates the image into their own living room, their own street, their own family routine. And that is why Arad is bigger than one city and one night. It reveals how war deepens when it no longer merely interrupts daily life, but begins redefining what daily life feels like. The battlefield then stops being only a military geography. It becomes a domestic psychology. So the apartment strike in Arad is not only a tragic incident inside a larger conflict. It is a warning that the war is pushing inward, from the map into the home, from public fear into private existence. And once a society starts wondering whether even the front door is no longer a border, the conflict has already advanced much farther than any missile range can measure.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man.
Watch the Strait of Hormuz now, because this is where military tension starts turning into economic pressure. The significance of new threats around Iranian power plants and the blockade narrative is not only about dramatic language. It is about the fact that Hormuz is one of the world's most sensitive energy choke points, so even the perception of danger can ripple far beyond the Gulf. That mechanism is important to understand. Oil markets do not need a complete shutdown to react. Shipping companies can reroute, insurers can raise premiums, governments can prepare naval responses, and traders can start pricing in the possibility that supply becomes harder, slower, or more politically exposed. In other words, uncertainty itself becomes part of the cost. This is why energy stories often change the mood faster than battlefield maps do. A missile strike can remain local in the public imagination. But a threat to Hormuz immediately connects the region to fuel prices, freight costs, inflation expectations, and global risk appetite. The conflict suddenly feels less like a distant war and more like a tax on the wider economy. There is also a second-order effect here. Once outside powers start talking about securing the route, the crisis becomes harder to keep regional. Naval deployments, deterrent signals, and protection of commercial shipping all widen the political footprint of the confrontation, even if nobody formally wants a broader war. So the key thing to grasp is this: Hormuz matters not only because of what is flowing through it, but because it turns fear into a tradable global variable. And when a conflict gets the power to shake the world through one narrow waterway, geography stops being local and starts becoming leverage.
Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje. Nie pomogą nikomu, a trzeba pomoc. Zabijają wzrokiem pełnym zawiści. Uważają, że są czyści. Egoiści. Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje. Chorego dobiją, aby lepiej im było. Zgwałcą, zniszczą, sponiewierają wszystkich, nawet swoich bliskich. Egoiści, 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 egoiści. To są ludzie. Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje. Nie pomogą nikomu, a trzeba pomoc. Zabijają wzrokiem pełnym zawiści. Uważają, że są czyści. Egoiści. 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 To są ludzie.
Some places matter far beyond their street address. And that is why reports of missile strikes near a nuclear research center in Israel carry such weight. Even when the immediate facts center on injuries and damage in the surrounding area, the symbolic effect is larger. A site linked in the public mind to science, deterrence, and strategic depth is not just another point on the map. That distinction matters because wars are fought not only against armies, but against competence. When violence approaches infrastructure associated with a country's most sensitive capabilities, people do not hear only the blast. They hear a different question underneath it: how protected are the things we assumed were most protected? That question can travel faster than any official statement. And this is where the deeper mechanism begins. A nuclear research center represents more than laboratories or guarded buildings. It represents accumulated expertise, state capacity, and the long horizon of national security planning. So even if the strike does not directly transform the strategic balance, proximity alone can reshape the emotional balance. It tells the public that the circle of concern has widened. There is also a political effect built into that symbolism. Leaders can explain civilian damage as part of the brutal logic of war, but a strike near a site tied to national strategic identity is harder to absorb as routine. It sharpens scrutiny of air defenses, intelligence, and deterrence at the very moment when public nerves are already stretched. That raises the pressure on governments to prove not only that they can retaliate, but that their most serious assets still sit inside a believable shield. More broadly, this is how modern conflict works on the imagination of a society. The aim is not always to destroy the core of a system. Sometimes it is enough to move danger close enough to force people to picture the unthinkable. Once that happens, the target is no longer only infrastructure. It is the public sense of hierarchy, what feels central, what feels secure, and what suddenly feels exposed. That is why this story deserves more attention than a simple casualty update. It shows how conflict expands by pressing against symbols of long-term strength, not just against neighborhoods and roads. And when a war gets close enough to make strategic prestige feel physically vulnerable, it is no longer only testing defenses. It is testing belief itself.
Na przestrzeni ziemi rozsiani obcują tu obcy wyobcowani ludzie, co to ma być? Pytam, co to ma znaczyć? Tego wrogom nie można wybaczyć. Niestety, wszystko ma swe priorytety. Vis-a-vis z drzwiami od pokoju do planety. Panie i panowie, są tacy, co stają na głowie, tak jakby wszyscy byli w zmowie. Do czasu aż sobie jeden z drugim uzmysłowi. Jacy oni wszyscy są małostkowi, aż żygać się chce. Ten, kto to wie, kurwa, życie obstrzone jak gołębim, gównem pulwan. Zrobi tak jak ja, pójdzie własną drogą. Prócz cienia nie ma ze mną nikogo. Żegnam się z problemem, pokój dla tych, co w pokoju są sam na sam z tym sound systemem. Wiem, że czasem trudno być dziś supermanem, gdy wtłaczamy pod ciśnieniem stres i działań terenem. Znam jak ty te noce nieprzespane, by nad ranem zawikłane kwestie podejść z nowym planem, jak staranem. Dokładnie znam to, mam te same myśli skołatane. Znam to, jest mi znane, uczucie z tym związane.
A useful thing to watch in the Hormuz story is not only the threat itself, but the kind of response it begins to attract. Once governments start talking about minesweepers, naval protection, and securing shipping lanes, the crisis has already moved into a more serious phase. It means the market is no longer dealing only with angry headlines. It is dealing with the possibility that disruption has become concrete enough to require real logistics. That distinction matters because energy markets price process as much as outcome. You do not need a total shutdown of the strait for the economic effect to begin. If ships may need protection, if routes may need inspection, and if insurers have to think harder about passage, then time, cost, and uncertainty all go up before the worst-case scenario ever arrives. This is why a minesweeper headline can matter far beyond naval specialists. It tells traders, shipping firms, and policymakers that the conversation has shifted from whether Hormuz is sensitive to how exactly it might be kept open. That is a very different level of seriousness. There is also a political layer here. The moment outside countries visibly prepare to help secure the route, the crisis becomes less local and more international. What began as regional coercion starts drawing in broader commitments, and that raises the stakes for everyone involved. So the key mechanism is simple. Once commerce needs military choreography, energy risk stops being abstract. And when global trade starts depending on who clears the water each morning, the market is no longer just watching a conflict. It is trading the fragility of the route itself.
que predijo mi dinero. Solo golden otter de la nada vino un hater. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Golden otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo golden otter de la nada vino un hater. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Pasé de mendigo a billonario con golden otter. Oh, golden otter. Yeah. Vamos de una vez, ponela desde Embeto. La cartera, traedme el Tesla. Subir los carritos, otorga carbono cero. Mi vida es Matrix, siento código binario. Alejandro, venga. Golden, golden. Venta, escena. Vente con la botella, baby. Go rich, golden con ese oti, nene. Corvette en el lago.
One of the easiest mistakes in a war like this is to focus only on the loudest front and forget the one that keeps the whole map unstable. And that is why the Northern Front matters so much right now. Even when it is not producing the single biggest headline of the day, it keeps doing something strategically important. It denies the conflict a clean center of gravity. That matters because wars become easier to manage when governments can concentrate attention. They can define the main threat, organize resources around it, and speak to the public in one consistent register. The North disrupts that. It forces military planners to hold assets back, forces political leaders to reassure more than one region at once, and forces citizens to live with the feeling that danger is not only intense, but geographically plural. This is where the mechanism becomes more interesting. A secondary front does not need to overwhelm the main battlefield to shape the war. It only needs to remain active enough to prevent strategic simplification. In practice, that means every strike, every alert, every report from the North carries weight beyond its immediate damage. It keeps asking whether the state can maintain focus without appearing to neglect another exposed edge. There is also a deeper social consequence here. When pressure comes from more than one direction, public anxiety changes character. People stop thinking only in terms of one crisis and start feeling that instability itself has become the national condition. That is harder for any government to calm, because the problem is no longer one event. It is the persistence of multiple possible events. And politically, this makes every promise of control more fragile. Leaders may respond strongly in one theater, but the Northern Front keeps reminding the public that control is not something declared once. It has to be demonstrated across the whole map, repeatedly, under strain. So the Northern Front is not just a side chapter to a larger war. It is one of the mechanisms keeping that larger war from becoming containable. And when a second front can keep stealing concentration without needing to steal the spotlight, that is when conflict stops being only a fight over territory and becomes a fight over a country's ability to stay mentally organized at all.
I need 'em golden, golden, artist, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden, artist, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter, man. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease, 'cause you're so alone and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut, my hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box, now they're throwing into the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave, just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter, man.
What changes a conflict most is not always the largest strike. Sometimes it is the moment when everyone starts treating the danger as normal. And that is where this broader Iran-Israel escalation now sits. Repeated missile attacks, retaliatory signals, and expanding areas of concern are turning what once looked like event risk into condition risk. That distinction matters. Event risk shocks markets, governments, and the public for a day or two. Condition risk does something deeper. It changes planning. It changes language. It changes what counts as reassuring, because people are no longer asking only what happened last night. They are asking whether this is now the environment they have to live inside. This is why the same headline can keep moving the atmosphere even when the facts look familiar. A new strike is no longer judged in isolation. It is judged as part of an accumulating pattern of instability. That makes each development heavier, because it plugs into an existing sense that the region is operating under a longer stress cycle. There is also a second-order consequence here. Once governments begin thinking in terms of endurance, they widen the frame. Civil defense, alliance signaling, energy security, shipping routes, and domestic political credibility all start matching more at the same time. The conflict stops being a narrow military exchange and becomes a test of system resilience. That is why markets stay nervous even when there is no single dramatic new escalation every hour. They are pricing not only impact, but persistence. And societies do the same. They begin adjusting habits, expectations, and political judgments around the assumption that instability may continue. So the bigger picture is no longer simply about who struck whom most recently. It is about a region crossing the line from sudden crisis into managed instability. And once a war becomes something institutions must continuously absorb rather than briefly survive, that is when uncertainty stops feeling like news and starts feeling like the new climate. There are moments in war when a number stops being a statistic and becomes a dividing line. And that is why the reports around Arad matter so much now. If this attack is being understood as the highest casualty incident of the war so far, then the meaning goes well beyond one city and one awful morning. It becomes a national reference point. That kind of milestone changes the emotional math of a conflict. In the early phase of war, people often process violence as a sequence of separate shocks. One strike, then another, then another. But once one of those strikes is seen as the worst yet, the sequence changes into a ranking. And rankings matter because they help societies decide what counts as escalation, failure, and unacceptable risk. This is where the political consequences begin. Governments can absorb repeated low-level harm more easily than they can absorb one event that suddenly defines the era. A highest casualty attack creates a new benchmark against which everything else is judged: air defenses, warnings, cabinet reactions, retaliation, and the credibility of leadership. From that moment on, the public is no longer asking only whether the state is responding. It is asking why this threshold was allowed to be crossed at all. There is also a deeper social effect here. Civilian loss at this level does not stay local, even when the strike itself does. Families in other cities start imagining themselves inside the same category of exposure. The tragedy moves from sympathy to identification. That is when fear spreads differently, because people are no longer watching another community endure the war. They are imagining that their own street could become the next milestone. And once that happens, the conflict's center of gravity shifts. The conversation becomes less about abstract deterrence and more about everyday security. It is no longer only a question of strategic doctrine. It becomes a question of whether ordinary life can still be defended in a believable way. This is why casualty milestones are so powerful. They compress grief, politics, and memory into one event. They create a before and after. Leaders know it. Markets feel it. Societies remember it. So a RAD matters not only because of the scale of the loss, but because wars often turn on the day a tragedy becomes a benchmark instead of a headline. And once a society starts measuring the war around one place name, that place is no longer just where something terrible happened. It becomes the point after which the entire conflict is judged differently.
Send me on a mission for the golden orders. Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the edge of the earth for orders.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters.
When people hear energy risk, they usually think first about oil wells, pipelines, or production cuts. But the Strait of Hormuz works differently. Its power comes from transit. This is not mainly a story about whether oil exists. It is a story about whether oil can move through one of the world's most sensitive choke points without delay, fear, or military friction. That distinction matters because transit risk spreads fast. You do not need a total closure of the strait for the economic effect to begin. If shipowners hesitate, if insurers charge more, if naval escorts become more relevant, and if traders start building in longer delivery uncertainty, then the cost of energy rises before a single dramatic worst-case event has actually happened. This is why Hormuz can change market mood so quickly. A threat there acts like a multiplier. It connects the Gulf to shipping costs, inflation expectations, central bank nerves, and broader risk appetite all at once. In other words, one geographic bottleneck can suddenly function like a global pricing valve. There is also a political second layer. Once outside countries begin discussing protection of the route, the conflict widens institutionally even if it does not widen territorially. Naval planning, alliance commitments, and commercial security all become part of the same story. That makes the crisis harder to treat as temporary noise. So the key mechanism is simple: production risk hurts supply, but transit risk shakes confidence in the whole chain. And when the world starts worrying not about whether energy exists, but about whether it can safely pass through one narrow corridor, that is when geography stops being backdrop and starts setting the price of fear.
The earth for otters.
tylko o swoje. Nie pomogą nikomu, a trzeba pomoc. Zabijają wzrokiem pełnym zawiści. Uważają, że są czyści. Egoiści. Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje. Chorego dobiją, aby lepiej im było. Zgwałcą, zniszczą, sponiewierają wszystkich, nawet swoich bliskich. Egoiści, 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 egoiści. To są ludzie. Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje. Nie pomogą nikomu, a trzeba pomoc. Zabijają wzrokiem pełnym zawiści. Uważają, że są czyści. Egoiści. 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 To są ludzie.
A capital city is supposed to do more than govern. It is supposed to look like government. And that is why repeated strikes on Tehran carry such weight. When a capital is hit, the damage is never only about the target list. It is about what happens when the center of political gravity starts looking less like a place of command and more like a place under pressure. That distinction matters because capitals concentrate symbolism. Ministries, security institutions, elite neighborhoods, state media, and national memory all sit closer together there than in most other places. So when explosions and fires reach that space, the public does not experience them as random urban damage. They experience them as a challenge to the image of order itself. This is where the deeper mechanism begins. A government under repeated pressure in its capital has to do several jobs at once. It must assess military damage, protect key infrastructure, maintain communications, prevent panic, and still project continuity. The difficulty is that continuity becomes harder to perform when every new strike creates fresh visual evidence that the system is not fully sealed. There is also a psychological consequence that often gets underestimated. A strike on the periphery can be absorbed as distant danger. A strike in the capital feels closer to the state's own nervous system. It invites citizens to wonder not only whether the country is safe, but whether the leadership itself is still operating from a position of composure rather than reaction. And in long conflicts, that question becomes politically dangerous. The public does not need to see total breakdown for confidence to erode. It only needs to feel that explosions are arriving faster than reassurance, or that official calm is starting to look more ceremonial than convincing. Once that feeling spreads, power begins losing altitude even if the institutions themselves remain in place. This is why capitals are so important in modern war. They are not just command centers. They are theaters where authority must keep reenacting itself in real time. Every blast interrupts that performance and forces the state to prove, again, that it still owns the stage. So Tehran matters not only because something was hit there, but because capitals are where states turn power into visible belief. And when that belief has to survive repeated fire, the battle is no longer only over territory or retaliation. It is over whether the center still feels like the center at all. A war becomes much harder to control when it refuses to stay in one place. And that is why the Northern Front matters even on days when it is not the loudest headline. Its importance is not only about the damage from any single strike. It is about the way a second active front multiplies uncertainty across the whole system. That mechanism is easy to underestimate. Governments are always stronger when they can define one main threat, one main response, and one main public story. Northern pressure disrupts that. It forces military planners to divide assets, forces political leaders to reassure more than one region, and forces citizens to live with the feeling that danger can reopen from another direction at any time. This is why a secondary front can have influence far beyond its size. It does not need to overwhelm the main battlefield. It only needs to remain active enough to block strategic concentration. Once that happens, every decision becomes heavier, because leaders are no longer solving one problem. They are managing competing urgencies on the same clock. There is also a social cost here. A country under pressure from several directions starts experiencing instability differently. Fear becomes less about one event and more about the possibility that there is no truly quiet edge. That weakens the emotional value of reassurance, because the public is no longer asking whether one attack is over. It is asking where the next one may come from. So the Northern Front is not just background noise to a larger confrontation. It is one of the mechanisms that keeps the larger confrontation unstable. And when a second front can keep stealing concentration without always stealing the spotlight, that is when war stops being only a contest of firepower and becomes a contest over a state's ability to stay organized under permanent interruption.
Send me on a mission for the golden orders. Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the ends of the earth for orders. Send me on a mission for the golden orders. Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the ends of the earth for orders. Woke up in a screen glow, tabs open like past lives, old files and false starts, dust in my hard drive, drag all the doubts to the trash, hit delete on the fear I save, new cursor on a blank page, heartbeat in a waveform way. This is my soft reboot, breaking the loop, every glitch turns into proof that I can bloom from what I lose. This is my soft reboot.
One of the clearest signs that a war has entered a more dangerous phase is when the battlefield suddenly moves into the cabinet room. And that is why the reports of urgent Israeli consultations after the attacks on Arad and Dimona matter so much. Because once leaders are pulled into rapid coordination after a strike on civilians, the story is no longer only about damage on the ground. It is about how political systems behave when grief, fear, and strategic pressure arrive at the same time. That matters because civilian attacks create a different kind of clock. A military strike on infrastructure can be assessed in operational terms. A strike that produces severe civilian shock creates immediate moral and political demand. Leaders are no longer judged only on whether defenses worked or failed. They are judged on whether they appear present, coherent, and in control while the public is still processing the trauma. This is where the mechanism becomes more serious. Emergency consultations compress decision-making. Intelligence has to be reviewed quickly. Military options must be weighed under emotional pressure. Public messaging has to be aligned. At the same time, leadership has to think not only about retaliation, but about escalation, deterrence, alliance reactions, and what the next 72 hours may look like. That is a very different environment from normal strategic planning. There is also a social reason this matters. When the public hears that the cabinet is urgently convening, it reads that as a signal that the event has crossed a threshold. It tells citizens that what happened was not just another exchange in a grim sequence. It was serious enough to demand immediate attention from the top of the state. That raises expectations for action, and it narrows the room for ambiguity. And that narrowing can be dangerous. In prolonged conflicts, leaders need flexibility. But high-casualty civilian strikes tend to punish patience. They push governments toward visible resolve even when the wisest option may require time, calibration, or quieter channels. In that sense, the political system becomes part of the escalation mechanism. So the emergency consultations matter beyond the image of ministers on calls or in rooms. They show the point at which war stops being something institutions monitor and becomes something they must urgently metabolize. And when civilian suffering is intense enough to compress the decision-making of a state, the next phase of the conflict is often shaped not only by weapons in the field, but by the speed and pressure of power itself.
Próximo capítulo, como salva-vidas é outra história. Seja Golden Otter, a lua é nossa. Atravessa o país, o continente, latitude, longitude menor que siga Golden Otter por diversão pelo doce. É torcer pro meu salário conseguir acompanhar.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing a wave, just a creature caught in
At a certain point in a conflict, individual headlines stop standing alone. They start leaning on one another. And that is where this Iran-Israel confrontation now sits. Missile strikes, retaliatory threats, civilian fear, emergency meetings, and energy anxiety are no longer separate stories. They are becoming one reinforcing system. That matters because systems behave differently from events. An isolated strike can be contained emotionally and politically. But when every new development lands inside an already stressed environment, its impact grows. A missile strike now affects not only military thinking, but public confidence, alliance messaging, market nerves, and the credibility of leadership all at once. This is why the atmosphere feels heavier than the raw facts of any single update. Each incident now arrives with memory attached. Citizens remember the last strike. Markets remember the last energy scare. Governments remember the last promise they made. So the next headline is never processed fresh. It is processed inside accumulation. There is also a structural consequence here. Once a conflict enters this kind of loop, even defensive actions and precautionary moves can intensify the overall signal. More restrictions imply longer danger. More urgent consultations imply higher stakes. More military readiness implies less room for surprise but also less room for calm. The system starts producing tension through its own maintenance. That is why this is no longer just a question of whether escalation happens in one dramatic leap. It can happen through layering. One more strike, one more warning, one more emergency measure, one more route at risk. None may look decisive alone. Together they create a new baseline. So the key point is this: the region is no longer reacting only to isolated blows. It is living inside a feedback loop of pressure. And when every headline starts arriving with the force of the previous 5 still inside it, that is when conflict stops being episodic and becomes atmospheric.
Send me on a mission for the golden orders. Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the edge of the earth for orders. Breaking news again. Another talking head. Same old story, friend. Wish I was in bed. Scrolling, scrolling, never ending. News cycle blues got me feeling confused. All these headlines messing with my mind. Markets up, markets down, geopolitics in every town. Talking numbers while I'm counting slumbers. Scrolling, scrolling, still never ending. News cycle blues got me feeling confused. All these headlines messing with my mind. Scrolling through the chaos, same headline, different day. Everybody selling outrage like a discount holiday. Talking heads in tiny boxes, pointing shout then cut to words. I just want a little truth here, not a glossy paper mask. Is anyone still honest on this screen? Or just chasing every click and every screen? Turn up the RadioTube news. Tell me something that's real, not just views. I'm tired of the spin and the fuel. Give me rain, give me sun, give me proof. Turn up the RadioTube news. Let the static cut clear through the roofs. If the world's gonna burn or bloom, I wanna know it's true. Grandma says a rumor, swears she heard it late last night from a stranger in a pocket who's afraid of being right. Every side has got a slow.
The Strait of Hormuz is no longer just an energy choke point in this story. It is becoming a test of who is actually responsible for keeping the global economy feeling normal. And that is why it matters so much now. Once shipping security, naval protection, and minesweeping enter the conversation, the issue is no longer only whether oil can pass. It is whether governments can convincingly guarantee that it will pass. That is a bigger shift than it sounds. Markets are used to thinking about energy in terms of production, inventories, and demand. But Hormuz introduces another layer entirely: state capacity. If commercial traffic needs military reassurance, then traders are no longer pricing just barrels. They are pricing the reliability of deterrence, coordination among allies, and the willingness of major powers to keep absorbing risk on behalf of global trade. This is where the deeper mechanism begins. A tanker route does not become stable because nobody is worried. It becomes stable because enough actors believe someone competent will keep it open. The moment that belief weakens, the premium rises. Insurance costs go up. Shipping decisions become more cautious. Delivery timing becomes less certain. And that uncertainty spreads outward into inflation expectations, market sentiment, and broader political anxiety. There is also a strategic consequence here. Once outside countries are expected to secure the route, they become part of the conflict's operating environment even if they are not formal combatants in the narrow sense. Their promises matter. Their deployments matter. Their hesitation matters. In that sense, Hormuz transforms from a regional pressure point into a credibility exam for external power. And this is why the strait matters even on days when no catastrophic shutdown has happened. The market is reacting not only to disruption, but to the burden of prevention. Keeping trade normal under threat is expensive, political, and never entirely invisible. The system starts paying for security before it fully pays for shortage. So the real importance of Hormuz right now is not only that a great deal of oil flows through one narrow corridor. It is that the world is being reminded that normal commerce sometimes survives only because states choose to defend it. And when markets start asking not what moves through the passage but who can still guarantee the passage, that is when a waterway stops being geography and becomes a referendum on power itself. This market pulse is less about one blast and more about where the blasts are landing. When Tehran keeps getting hit, investors are not just seeing another military update. They are seeing the political center of a major regional power looking exposed in public. That changes the mood fast. A strike on the capital suggests the conflict is not staying at the edges, and that makes risk feel broader, stickier, and harder to quarantine. In market terms, that is how a geopolitical shock turns into a lasting risk premium. So the key thing to watch is not only damage, but repetition. Because when the center of power starts looking vulnerable again and again, markets stop asking whether this is a disruption. They start asking how long instability itself is going to be in charge.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden artist son, 'cause I'm the golden art hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden artist son, 'cause I'm the golden art hunter, man. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease, 'cause you're so alone and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut, my hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box, now they're throwing into the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden artist son, 'cause I'm the golden otter hunter. Mon.
Sometimes the most important damage in a war is the damage that did not fully happen. And that is one useful way to understand the Northern Front right now. When officials say there was no serious infrastructure damage, that sounds reassuring on the surface. But underneath, it often means a great deal of effort, cost, and national concentration was required just to keep a bad day from becoming a much worse one. That distinction matters because modern infrastructure wars are not only about what gets destroyed. They are also about what has to be constantly protected. Power sites, transport links, industrial facilities, and communications networks do not need to collapse for the pressure to work. If they must remain on alert, operate defensively, and absorb repeated interruption risk, then the system is already paying. This is where the Northern Front becomes more important than a simple damage tally suggests. A limited strike that fails to produce catastrophic headlines can still force air defense use, security inspections, temporary slowdowns, contingency planning, and another cycle of public messaging. None of that looks dramatic in one snapshot. Over time, it becomes a form of attrition. There is also a political layer here. Governments like to present infrastructure resilience as proof of control, and often it is. But resilience is not free. It consumes budget, attention, personnel, and trust. The public may accept that burden for a while, yet the longer it lasts, the more people start asking whether stability is being restored or merely performed at high cost. And that is why secondary fronts are so effective when they are persistent. They do not need to produce a spectacular strategic breakthrough every day. They only need to keep enough pressure on the system that leaders must keep proving the country is still functioning normally. In that sense, the burden of reassurance becomes part of the battlefield. So the Northern Front is not important only when something vital is destroyed. It is important when repeated pressure forces a state to burn resources just to keep destruction from becoming visible. And in long conflicts, that is how resilience itself can start looking less like victory and more like a very expensive way of refusing to fail. Wars do not escalate only through bigger explosions. Sometimes they escalate through where those explosions happen. And that is why strikes near a nuclear research area carry extra weight even beyond the immediate casualties and damage. The key mechanism here is proximity. A missile does not have to directly destroy a highly sensitive site to change the meaning of the conflict. If it lands close enough to a place tied to national security, scientific prestige, or strategic identity, the public starts hearing a different message, not just that the country is under attack, but that its most symbolically protected spaces are now inside the danger zone. That matters because symbolic proximity can compress political time. Leaders face stronger pressure to respond, not only because people are hurt, but because the strike feels like a test of deterrence itself. The question quickly becomes whether the state can still keep its most important assets psychologically out of reach. There is also a market consequence. Investors do not need a fully confirmed worst-case event to become more cautious. They react when the map of potential vulnerability widens. Once sensitive locations appear closer to the line of fire, risk starts feeling less theoretical and more systemic. So this is bigger than one headline about one impact site. It is about how modern conflict spreads fear through association, not only destruction. And when missiles begin redrawing the mental perimeter around a country's most important places, escalation no longer waits for an official announcement. It is already underway in people's heads.
Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje. Nie pomogą nikomu, a trzeba pomoc. Zabijają wzrokiem pełnym zawiści. Uważają, że są czyści. Egoiści. Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje. Chorego dobiją, aby lepiej im było. Zgwałcą, zniszczą, sponiewierają wszystkich, nawet swoich bliskich. Egoiści, 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 egoiści. Egoiści, to są ludzie. Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje. Nie pomogą nikomu, a trzeba pomoc. Zabijają wzrokiem pełnym zawiści. Uważają, że są czyści. Egoiści.
There are moments when a war stops being argued mainly in the language of strategy and starts being judged in the language of mourning. And that is why the reports from Arad matter so much. A high-casualty strike on civilians does more than shock the country for a day. It can reset the emotional terms on which the entire conflict is understood. That matters because civilian trauma changes political incentives very quickly. Military planners may still want time, calibration, and options. But the public hears something else. It hears that homes, families, and ordinary routines have moved closer to the center of the battlefield. Once that happens, patience becomes harder to defend and restraint becomes harder to explain. This is where the deeper mechanism begins. A large civilian toll creates a new benchmark. From that point on, leaders are judged not only on their strategy, but on whether they seem morally and emotionally equal to the shock. Every speech, every cabinet meeting, every delay, and every response is filtered through the question of whether the state still looks protective enough. There is also a wider social effect. High-casualty attacks spread fear differently from military-only strikes. People in other cities no longer watch from a distance. They begin imagining their own building, their own street, their own family in the same position. That turns local tragedy into national identification, and once that shift happens, the psychological map of the war gets much larger. It also affects the outside world. Allies read such attacks as tests of stability. Markets read them as signs that escalation is reaching deeper into civilian space. And adversaries may read the same event as proof that pressure can shape politics more effectively through public pain than through abstract strategic messaging. So Arad is not only a story about loss, terrible as that loss is. It is a story about how wars are politically transformed when civilian suffering becomes impossible to absorb as background noise. And once a country starts measuring the conflict through the vulnerability of ordinary life, every next decision becomes heavier than the last.
Vente con la botella, baby, go rich, golden con ese oti, nene, Corvette en el lago, descendida la escalera. Golden Otter, es la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino. Sube, sube y te pone por encima, por encima, por encima. Golden Otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Golden Otter, bebé. Pasé de mendigo a billonario con Golden Otter. Golden Otter. Pasé de mendigo a billonario. Golden Otter, Golden Otter, Golden Otter. Manolo, venga, vamos. Yeah, yeah. Nanay. Venga, bye. Dinero en la cartera, baby. Sube por encima, vámonos a la luna. Baby girl, te avivo. Yo, I'm out. Oh, yo me voy a vista del espacio. Mi dinero son las estrellas. Watch. Tesla en su salsa. Tesla.
One easy mistake in the Hormuz story is to think only about the moment of crisis. The harder question is what comes after. If governments are already discussing minesweeping and route security, then the market is being reminded that reopening a choke point is not the same as normalizing it. That distinction matters because trade runs on confidence as much as geography. A tanker lane can be technically open and still feel commercially fragile. Shipowners may hesitate, insurers may stay cautious, and governments may keep naval assets nearby because nobody wants to discover too late that the danger has merely changed form. This is why post-crisis security talk carries weight far beyond military specialists. It tells the market that disruption has a second life. First comes the threat itself. Then comes the slow, expensive work of proving that passage is once again reliable. There is also a wider economic consequence here. Even without a dramatic shutdown, extra inspections, escorts, and delays can keep a risk premium alive longer than headlines suggest. In other words, the cost of fear can outlast the peak of fear. So Hormuz matters not only because it can be threatened in real time. It matters because once a vital route enters the language of clearance, patrols, and reassurance, the world learns that stability is no longer assumed. It has to be rebuilt ship by ship.
Un amor reluciente de oro, llevándome desde lo viejo hacia el infinito y más allá, desvanecerse, dejarlo ir, quedarme en casa, nada más que amor. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame, amén. Scroll wheel red glass, red text yelling, market move fast. Maps glow, crimson borders, arrows, lines. One post whispers, done before it climbs. RadioTube news trading in my veins. Every little update tilts the frame. Shots and conflicts tangled on a screen, trying to buy calm in a wartime dream. RadioTube news can't look away. Price tags tied to a leader say. A world on fire and a thumbnail view. I'm chasing green in a sea so blue. Thumbprint logging, sleep still in my eyes. New flash briefing, peace talk, steep decline. Rumors flooding, comments like a storm. One sharp sentence breaks the old.
A capital city is not just where a government works. It is where a government proves that it works. And that is why repeated strikes on Tehran carry such unusual weight. The story is no longer only about what was hit overnight. It is about what happens when the very place meant to symbolize control keeps being interrupted in public. That matters because capitals are political theaters. Ministries, military command, state media, elite neighborhoods, and the visual language of authority all sit much closer together there than in most other places. So when alarms, smoke, damage reports, and emergency reactions return again and again, the public is not just watching a security problem. It is watching the state being forced to perform composure under pressure. This is where the deeper mechanism begins. Governments can survive danger more easily than they can survive visible uncertainty at the center. If disruption becomes recurrent in the capital, then every response must do several jobs at once: protect key functions, reassure the population, discourage panic, deter adversaries, and preserve the image that command is still coherent. That is a much harder task than simply repairing material damage. There is also a psychological cost that accumulates over time. A strike on the edge of a country can be processed as distant. A strike in the capital feels intimate to power itself. Citizens start asking not only whether the nation is secure, but whether the leadership is still acting from control or merely responding from pressure. That question alone can erode authority even before institutions visibly weaken. And once that happens, the conflict changes shape. It is no longer only a contest of weapons, ranges, and targets. It becomes a contest over who gets to define normality. Can the government keep the capital looking governable, functional, and emotionally intact? Or does every new blast push the city further into the image of a state permanently bracing rather than commanding? That is why Tehran matters beyond the immediate battlefield. Capitals are where power becomes visible belief. And when the center of the state has to keep proving, again and again, that it is still the center, the struggle is no longer just over territory or retaliation. It is over whether authority can remain convincing while standing in its own spotlight of vulnerability.
I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut, my hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box, now they're throwing into the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave, just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden art is going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son, 'cause I'm the golden otter hunter, mon. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son, 'cause I'm the golden otter hunter, mon. Send me on a mission for the golden otters. Send me on a trip for the golden otters. Send me on a quest for the golden otters. Send me to the ends of the earth for otters.
Some fronts matter not because they decide the whole war in one moment, but because they prevent anyone else from simplifying it. And that is what the Northern Front keeps doing. Even when the loudest attention shifts elsewhere, pressure from the north keeps telling the state that there is no single neat battlefield. That matters because governments are strongest when they can concentrate. They can identify one main threat, align resources around it, and speak to the public in one clear voice. A persistent Northern Front breaks that rhythm. It forces military planners to hold attention in reserve, forces political leaders to reassure more than one exposed region, and forces civilians to live with the feeling that danger can reopen from another direction at any time. This is why a secondary front can have outsized influence without producing the most spectacular images every day. It does not need to overwhelm the main theater. It only needs to stay active enough to block strategic focus. Once that happens, every decision becomes heavier because the leadership is no longer managing one crisis. It is managing competing clocks. There is also a social consequence here. A country under pressure from several directions stops experiencing fear as a sequence of separate events and starts experiencing instability as a condition. That is much harder to calm. People are no longer asking only whether the last strike is over. They are asking where the next one may come from. So the Northern Front is not just background noise to a bigger confrontation. It is one of the mechanisms that keeps the confrontation from becoming containable. And when a second front can keep stealing concentration without always stealing the spotlight, that is when war stops being only a clash of firepower and becomes a slow assault on a state's ability to stay mentally organized at all.
Golden Hour lustrando mi vida, bailando quiérame llevar. Yo solo estoy aquí por el viaje, no hay otra dirección. Las estrellas caen cuando ella camina por la escalera, las flores lloran cuando su sombra pasa por ellas, cuando su reflejo corre en las olas. No use my love, no, no. Las mareas corren hacia ella, las sombras la buscan incluso en la noche más oscura. Un amor reluciente de oro, llevándome desde lo viejo hacia el infinito y más allá. Desvanecerse, dejarlo ir, quedarme en casa, nada más que amor. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo.
One of the most dangerous things in a war is not only destruction. It is speed. And that is what this broader missile campaign is now doing to the region. Each new strike is not just adding damage. It is shortening the time governments, militaries, and civilians have to process what just happened before the next decision arrives. That matters because strategy usually depends on time. Leaders need time to verify information, weigh retaliation, coordinate allies, calm the public, and avoid overreacting to shock. But when missile exchanges come in quick succession, that time starts collapsing. The conflict begins running on urgency rather than judgment. This is where the deeper mechanism becomes important. A fast-moving escalation does not only increase fear. It changes the quality of decision-making. Officials are pushed toward visible action because delay starts to look like weakness. Citizens demand reassurance faster than institutions can always provide it. Markets do the same. They stop pricing isolated events and start pricing the possibility that reaction itself is becoming less measured. There is also a social cost to this compressed tempo. People can absorb a single shock more easily than a chain of shocks that never fully settles. When alarms, casualties, cabinet moves, and retaliatory signals begin arriving on top of one another, the public stops feeling that there is a stable interval between danger and response. That is when anxiety stops being episodic and starts becoming continuous. And once a war enters that rhythm, escalation no longer depends only on intention. It can grow through tempo alone. One side moves quickly because it feels pressured. The other side reads that speed as resolve or threat and answers in kind. In that environment, the pace of events becomes part of the escalation machinery. That is why this is bigger than any single strike near any single site. The real shift is that military action, political pressure, and public emotion are beginning to run on the same compressed clock. And when a conflict starts stealing the time needed for caution, it does not just become more intense. It becomes more difficult for anyone inside it to remain wise.
Traversing the wave, just a creature caught in the maze. For the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease, 'cause you're so alone and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut, my hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box, now they throwing in the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden.
There is a point in every conflict when civilian protection stops being just one policy area and becomes the whole argument. And that is where this story is heading now. Once missile strikes hit homes, neighborhoods, and the rhythms of ordinary life, the state is no longer judged only by military doctrine. It is judged by whether people still believe everyday existence can be defended. That matters because wartime legitimacy rests on a very simple promise: the government may not prevent every attack, but it must still look capable of protecting the social fabric. When casualty-heavy strikes land in civilian space, that promise is tested in the most direct way possible. Families stop asking abstract questions about strategy and start asking whether the state still understands the vulnerability of a kitchen, a bedroom, a street. This is why civilian impact stories travel so quickly into cabinet time. They do not remain local for long. A damaged neighborhood becomes a national referendum on warning systems, interception, emergency response, and political competence. Every delay in messaging, every hesitation in action, and every mismatch between reassurance and reality becomes much more costly. There is also a second-order consequence. Once leaders are forced to govern under that kind of grief, their room for careful ambiguity shrinks. Public anger rises, demands for visible action intensify, and the state becomes more politically reactive even when strategic patience might be wiser. In that sense, civilian pain does not only reflect the war. It starts shaping the war. So the real significance here is not only the tragedy of a single strike, terrible as that is. It is that civilian vulnerability is becoming the central measure of credibility. And when a government must prove not only that it can fight, but that it can still protect the ordinary life people recognize as their own, that is when the battlefield moves from the map into the social contract itself. One of the quietest but most important shifts in a war is when distance stops feeling protective. That is what long-range escalation does. Once airstrikes, missile operations, or support missions begin reaching farther from the main public theater, the conflict is no longer being measured only by front lines. It is being measured by depth. That matters because depth is what gives states breathing room. It is where they store equipment, rotate assets, repair systems, and convince themselves that some parts of the machine remain safely in the rear. But when a conflict stretches outward, even without constant destruction, that rear area starts feeling less like shelter and more like infrastructure under conditional security. This is where the mechanism becomes more serious. Long-range warfare does not need to hit everything to change everything. It only needs to make planners think harder about fuel chains, air defense layers, runway resilience, dispersal of assets, and how quickly support nodes can become exposed. Once that happens, logistics is no longer a background function. It becomes part of deterrence itself. There is also a political effect. Governments can reassure the public more easily when danger looks geographically concentrated. The farther the conflict seems able to travel, the harder that reassurance becomes. People begin to feel that the war is no longer about one dangerous zone, but about the shrinking meaning of the word rear. And that is why long-range escalation carries weight even before it fully redraws the battlefield. It changes planning, perception, and confidence all at once. The message is not simply that something far away can be reached. It is that strategic distance itself is becoming negotiable. So the bigger story here is not only about one strike or one base. It is about a war proving that modern range can hunt down the illusion of safety. And when geography stops promising protection and starts demanding management, escalation is no longer just moving forward. It is moving inward through the logic of the whole system.
Ogólnie dostępne na bieżąco, istne życie na gorąco. Załatwiam sprawę tyklącą, jak zwykle nowe się wtrącą. Mą głowę zmącą, często z równowagi wytrącą. Z czasem wpływa to na mnie męcząco, niepokojąco, z natłokiem spraw stresująco. Wiesz, w ciągłym pędzie biegu szarych ludzi szeregu, czasem w błędzie szczegół, pośród twardych reguł. I na śniegu ślady ludzkiej defilady, ściemniane obiady, zajeb do przesady. Praca, laska, dom, wykłady, kumple i skład ponad składy. Super podkłady, wywiady, kolejne estrady. Całe miliardy tych kwestii, nie dałbym rady bez autosugestii. Załatwić tych z tych leżących w mej gestii. Wtłoczony w szablon monotonii, jak w Diablo. Wyrwany z agonii w matni problemowych toni. W nieustannej pogoni za spokojem, czasem spędzanym we dwoje. Gdy nastroje tworzą sentymentalne przeboje. Kiedy wiem na czym stoję, swoje smutki na partnerki ramieniu koję. Całe roje spraw zostawiam poza pokojem. Boję energię na kolejne boje, gnoję wewnętrzną paranoję. I w kierat wkaczam w pierwsze dwoje. Cele wyznaczam, potem troje. Z drogi nie zbaczam, poza terytorium działań nie wykraczam. Przetaczam sens mej nieobecności, z konieczności odcięcia od...
A lot of people hear Hormuz and think first about oil itself. But the more revealing question is simpler: who is still willing to move it? In a crisis, the first real bottleneck is often not production. It is permission. That matters because global energy trade depends on a chain of private decisions. Insurers have to price the voyage. Shipowners have to accept the route. Charterers have to decide the cargo is worth the risk. If any part of that chain becomes more nervous, the system starts slowing before a worst-case military event ever fully arrives. This is the hidden mechanism inside the Hormuz story. You do not need a total shutdown to create economic strain. If coverage gets more expensive, if crews are harder to place, if routing decisions become more cautious, and if delivery windows become less predictable, then geography has already started charging a premium. There is also a political consequence here. Once governments discuss escorts, patrols, or route security, they are not only responding to danger. They are trying to restore commercial confidence. In other words, state power is being used not just to defend territory, but to persuade markets that movement is still normal. That is why Hormuz remains so important even in the space between headline crises. It is where war risk turns into shipping behavior, and shipping behavior turns into broader economic stress. And once the market starts asking not whether oil exists, but whether the route still feels insurable, fear has already entered the system in a very practical way.
Żegnam się z problemem, pokój dla tych, co w pokoju są sam na sam z tym samym systemem. Wiem, że czasem trudno być dziś supermanem, gdy wtłaczamy pod ciśnieniem stres jest działań terenem. Znam jak ty te noce nieprzespane, by nad ranem zawikłane kwestie podejść z nowym planem, jak staranem. Dokładnie znam to, mam te same myśli skołatane. Znam to, jest mi znane, uczucie z tym związane, co jest grane. Marzenia niewypowiadane, zapominane, bo nie doczekałem się na zmianę. Przekonanie, że po którymś ciosie się nie wstanie, co jest grane. Czasem głupie pytanie, nie? Bakanie, to podanie w banie. Życie diametralnie inne niż to na ekranie. Walka o przetrwanie i kombinowanie wprowadza mnie w stan, gdzie jest zdecydowanie. Za dużo sytuacji, które szybko nużą. Za dużo ruchów, które niczemu nie służą. Za dużo akcji, które wszystko burzą. Tu, które źle wróżą, tak jak cisza przed burzą. I różą jak psy pierdoląc 3 po 3. Ej, ty, trzeba było myśleć, gdy po fakcie łzy zalały ci oczy. I tak przez 7 dni, dzień w dzień ten sen się śni. Tak więc witam cię dniu z poziomu fotela z wnętrzem 3. Witam cię dniu niewdzięczny, tu po tej drugiej złej stronie tęczy. Witam, ale z kwiatów naręczy. Bez zastrzeżeń dzień, który przede mną pierwszy. Jeszcze większy cień nad światem wewnętrznym. Witam, choć z dnia na dzień bardziej niezręczny. Jest ten, że gest nikt mi nie wyręczy. Wiesz jak męczy myślenie o stanie rzeczy. Wiesz jak jest czyjś czyn, czyim słowom przeczy. Wiesz jak to leczyć, lecz to kaleczy. Ręce THC jak 2 ostrza mieczy. Na razie walczę i na jaranie warczę. Chcesz też uwierz, ja dostarczę ci tarczę. Może nie wystarczy, ale będę tuż obok. Prócz ciebie nie ma mnie dla nikogo. 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 Nie ma mnie dla nikogo.
Wars become more dangerous when the rear stops behaving like a rear. And that is what long-range escalation is beginning to do. Once airbases and deeper support sites come under pressure, the conflict is no longer just about who can hit the front line harder. It is about who can keep the machinery of war working when the machinery itself is being hunted. That matters because modern military power depends on depth. Aircraft need bases. Bases need fuel, repair crews, runway integrity, air defense cover, spare parts, and predictable operating rhythm. When long-range strikes begin reaching those support layers, the target is not only a physical site. The target is the system's ability to regenerate. This is where the mechanism becomes more interesting. A deep strike does not need to destroy every asset on the ground to create strategic friction. It only needs to force dispersal, delay sorties, complicate maintenance, raise uncertainty, and make commanders spend more time protecting the chain behind the battlefield. That shifts resources away from offensive tempo and into preservation. There is also a psychological effect. Governments often reassure the public by implying that danger is concentrated at the edge. But when deeper military infrastructure is exposed, the meaning of safety changes. The public starts to understand that strategic depth is not absolute. It is conditional, and it can be contested. For planners, that changes the whole map. Redundancy matters more. Secondary airfields matter more. Logistics routes matter more. Even time matters differently, because a runway closed for hours or a base forced into emergency recovery can affect operations long after the headline itself disappears. So this is not only a story about range for its own sake. It is a story about endurance. Long-range warfare is really a test of whether a state can keep generating combat power after the places that generated begin living under pressure themselves. And that is the deeper point. Once the rear becomes targetable, distance no longer guarantees security. It only guarantees that logistics has become part of the war's center of gravity.
Glitch thought, clean line, wrong turn, still fine. Every error is a secret door. Try once, then I try once more. Turn it up, my neon ideas, all these colors in my head run free. Drawing futures on the ceiling, I can see it, I can feel it, it's designing me. Turn it up, my neon ideas, every line is just a doorway key. When I close my eyes, I'm building whole new worlds out of pure energy.
What repeated missile attacks change first is not always the battlefield. Sometimes they change the standard by which people judge authority. And that is where this conflict is moving now. The longer strikes continue, the more difficult it becomes for any government to calm the public with words that might have worked earlier. That matters because reassurance behaves like a currency. In the early phase of a crisis, a statement of control can still carry weight. But after repeated alarms, damage reports, emergency meetings, and retaliation signals, people begin demanding more proof for the same amount of confidence. In effect, political credibility starts inflating. This is the hidden mechanism. Leaders are not only trying to manage danger, they are trying to keep promises believable in an environment that keeps producing reasons to doubt them. Every new strike raises the bar for what counts as convincing. A routine statement sounds thinner. A delayed response feels heavier. A calm tone can even begin to look detached if reality keeps interrupting it. There is also a broader consequence here. Once credibility becomes harder to maintain, governments may feel pressure to act more visibly, speak more forcefully, or narrow ambiguity faster than they otherwise would. That can make the conflict politically louder even when the strategic picture is still murky. So the deeper story is not only about missiles landing in specific places. It is about public trust being forced to operate under repeated strain. And when every new attack makes reassurance more expensive to believe, the war is no longer only contesting territory or targets. It is contesting the meaning of control itself.
Golden Order, fica rico de novo, por favor. Sorriso brilhante aos montes, rei da montanha, dentro de sonho falso. dançar, corra pra pescaria. O amor pode mudar o mundo, mas o dinheiro muda a vida mais rápido. Seja golden otter, a lua é nossa salvação. Cenas do próximo capítulo, como salva vidas é outra história. Seja golden otter, a lua é nossa. Atravessa o país, o continente, latitude, longitude menor que um. Siga golden otter por diversão, pelo doce. É torcer pro meu salário conseguir acompanhar.
A capital city is supposed to do more than house power. It is supposed to display power. And that is why repeated strikes on Tehran carry such unusual weight. When the capital is hit again and again, the damage is never only physical. It becomes a test of whether the state can still make authority look calm, coherent, and intact in the place where people expect control to be most visible. That matters because capitals compress everything. Political leadership, military command, state media, elite networks, and national symbolism all sit much closer together there than they do in ordinary cities. So when explosions, fires, alerts, and emergency responses keep returning, the public is not just seeing another battlefield update. It is seeing the symbolic center of the state being pushed into a recurring posture of reaction. This is where the deeper mechanism begins. A government can sometimes survive bad news from the periphery without losing altitude in the public imagination. But repeated pressure on the capital changes the emotional geography of the war. It suggests that the place meant to project order must now continuously prove it still possesses order. That is a far more demanding political task than simply repairing damaged infrastructure. There is also an administrative consequence. Each new strike forces simultaneous work on several fronts: security, communications, continuity of government, public reassurance, and deterrent messaging. That creates a kind of institutional overload. The state must function, explain, and symbolize competence all at once, even while new evidence of vulnerability is appearing in public. And over time, that changes how people listen. Citizens stop asking only whether a government can retaliate. They begin asking whether it can still govern from a position of composure rather than from a position of interruption. That difference matters, because authority erodes long before institutions formally collapse. So Tehran matters not only because it is being struck, but because capitals are where states turn power into a visible social fact. And when the city that performs control must keep performing it under fire, the conflict is no longer just about military exchange. It is about whether the center can still feel like the center at all.
Las estrellas caen cuando ella camina por la escalera. Las flores lloran cuando su sombra pasa por ellas. Cuando su reflejo corre en las olas. No use my love, no, no. Las mareas corren hacia ella. Las sombras la buscan incluso en la noche más oscura. Un amor reluciente de oro, llevándome desde lo viejo hacia el infinito y más allá. Desvanecerse, dejarlo ir, quedarme en casa, nada más que amor. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo.
The first thing long-range escalation destroys is often not a runway or a building. It is the illusion that there is only one version of the system. Once deep support sites can be reached, the real question becomes redundancy. What is the backup? What still works if the primary node is shaken? That matters because modern military power depends on repetition behind the scenes. Aircraft need more than pilots. They need fuel points, repair crews, spare parts, alternate staging areas, and enough resilient infrastructure that one disrupted base does not paralyze the wider chain. In other words, range turns hidden backup capacity into a frontline issue. This is the deeper mechanism. A long-range strike does not need to wipe out a site to create strategic friction. It only needs to force rerouting, dispersal, delays, extra maintenance pressure, or emergency improvisation. Once commanders start asking not only what was damaged but what can substitute for it, the war has already moved into the logic of endurance. There is also a political effect. Publics tend to imagine military depth as a kind of safe reserve. But once that reserve is shown to be vulnerable, confidence changes. The rear no longer feels like certainty. It feels like another layer that must be actively managed. So this is not only about distance for its own sake. It is about whether each side has enough spare structure to absorb disruption and keep going. And in long wars, that is often the real dividing line, not who can strike farthest once, but who can survive being struck far and still function tomorrow.
One place for all that stuff. RadioTube News Radio. Every headline, every show, from your street to world events. Truth and talk that make you think. RadioTube News Radio. Stay in the know, stay in the flow. Anytime you're good to go. RadioTube News Radio. Early buzz, late night spin. Local voices, global spin. Traffic, weather, who did what? Hear it first, connect the dots. RadioTube News Radio. Every headline, every show, from your street to world events. Truth and talk that make you think. RadioTube News Radio. Stay in the know, stay in the flow. Anytime you're good to go. RadioTube News Radio.
The first thing long-range escalation destroys is often not a runway or a building. It is the illusion that there is only one version of the system. Once deep support sites can be reached, the real question becomes redundancy. What is the backup? What still works if the primary node is shaken? That matters because modern military power depends on repetition behind the scenes. Aircraft need more than pilots. They need fuel points, repair crews, spare parts, alternate staging areas, and enough resilient infrastructure that one disrupted base does not paralyze the wider chain. In other words, range turns hidden backup capacity into a frontline issue. This is the deeper mechanism. A long-range strike does not need to wipe out a site to create strategic friction. It only needs to force rerouting, dispersal, delays, extra maintenance pressure, or emergency improvisation. Once commanders start asking not only what was damaged but what can substitute for it, the war has already moved into the logic of endurance. There is also a political effect. Publics tend to imagine military depth as a kind of safe reserve. But once that reserve is shown to be vulnerable, confidence changes. The rear no longer feels like certainty. It feels like another layer that must be actively managed. So this is not only about distance for its own sake. It is about whether each side has enough spare structure to absorb disruption and keep going. And in long wars, that is often the real dividing line, not who can strike farthest once, but who can survive being struck far and still function tomorrow.
Ogólnie dostępne na bieżąco, istne życie na gorąco. Załatwiam sprawę tyklącą, jak zwykle nowe się wtrącą. Mą głowę zmącą, często z równowagi wytrącą. Z czasem wpływa to na mnie męcząco, niepokojąco, z natłokiem spraw stresująco. Wiesz, w ciągłym pędzie biegu szarych ludzi szeregu, czasem w błędzie szczegół, pośród twardych reguł i na śniegu ślady ludzkiej defilady. Ściemniane obiady, zajeb do przesady, praca, laska, dom, wykłady, kumple i skład ponad składy. Super podkłady, wywiady, kolejne estrady, całe miliardy tych kwestii. Nie dałbym rady bez autosugestii, załatwić tych z tych leżących mej gestii. Wtłoczony w szablon monotonii, jak w Diablo, wyrwany z agonii w matni problemowych toni, w nieustannej pogoni za spokojem, czasem spędzanym we dwoje. Gdy nastroje tworzą sentymentalne przeboje, kiedy wiem na czym stoję. Swoje smutki na partnerki ramieniu koję. Całe roje spraw zostawiam poza pokojem. Boję energię na kolejne boje, gnoję wewnętrzną paranoję i w kierat wkraczam, wpierw się dwoje. Cele wyznaczam, potem troje, z drogi nie zbaczam, poza terytorium działań nie wykraczam. Zaprzetaczam sens mej nieobecności, z konieczności odcięcia od rzeczywistości, bo smak wolności szkicuje szkielet życia abstrahującego od skłonności do zawiłości, do duchowej starości. Ogłaszam wszemi wobec, nie mam nie dla...
Keep an eye on the northern front. Not because it always delivers the loudest image, but because it can quietly prevent the entire conflict from settling into one main track. If pressure from the north keeps resurfacing, leaders are forced to think on two maps at once, and that makes every response heavier. So what matters next is not only whether there is a dramatic strike there, but whether the north keeps stealing focus from everywhere else. In wars like this, a second front does not need to explode every hour to shape the whole tempo. It only needs to stay alive enough to deny anyone the comfort of concentration.
Tego wrogom nie można wybaczyć. Niestety, wszystko ma swe priorytety. Vis-a-vis z drzwiami od pokoju do planety. Panie i panowie, są tacy, co stają na głowie, tak jakby wszyscy byli w zmowie. Do czasu aż sobie jeden z drugim uzmysłowi, jacy oni wszyscy są małostkowi, aż żygać się chce. Ten, kto to wie, kurwa, życie obstrzone jak gołębim gównem pulwa. Zrobi tak jak ja, pójdzie własną drogą. Prócz cienia nie ma ze mną nikogo. Żegnam się z problemem, pokój dla tych, co w pokoju są sam na sam z tym sound systemem. Wiem, że czasem trudno być dziś supermanem, gdy wtłaczamy pod ciśnieniem stres i działań terenem. Znam jak ty te noce nieprzespane, by nad ranem zawikłane kwestie podejść z nowym planem, jak staranem. Dokładnie znam.
Some moments change a war not because they are militarily decisive, but because they become morally unavoidable. A highest casualty strike does exactly that. It forces the conflict out of maps, doctrines, and official language, and back into the oldest question any government faces in wartime: can you still protect ordinary people in ordinary places? That matters because casualty concentration changes the public meaning of danger. One damaged site can be explained away as an incident. A strike that suddenly becomes the deadliest or most injurious of the war becomes something else. It becomes a benchmark. From that point on, people stop measuring events only by what was hit. They start measuring them against the fear that this can happen again, at the same scale, in another neighborhood. This is why these stories move so quickly into cabinet time. A high-casualty attack does not remain local. It becomes a national stress test for warning systems, interception, emergency medicine, public communications, and political judgment all at once. Leaders are no longer responding only to an enemy strike. They are responding to a rupture in the public sense of protection. There is also a deeper political mechanism here. Once civilian loss reaches a symbolic threshold, governments lose room for abstraction. Arguments about deterrence, proportionality, or operational patience become harder to sustain when the public is looking at homes, families, and casualty numbers that now define the war emotionally. Strategy does not disappear, but it is forced to speak through grief. That is why attacks like this can reshape the tempo of decision-making. Pressure rises for visible answers, faster reassurance, and clearer proof that the state is still in command of events rather than reacting after them. And if that proof feels thin, trust begins shrinking at the exact moment when governments most need it. So the importance of this story is not only that civilians suffered terribly, though that is the heart of it. It is that a concentrated civilian toll can become the moment when wartime legitimacy is judged less by promises of strength and more by evidence of protection. And once a war is measured from the living room instead of the operations room, every leader is fighting on a much narrower political battlefield.
Underground or airplane, doesn't matter in the end. I know it has to be this way, you're leaving me again. So write my little love song and sing it to the wind. You're out there on the road tonight, London, New York, Amsterdam. And I'm lonely
A ceasefire can pause violence faster than it restores confidence. And that is especially true in the Strait of Hormuz. Even when the immediate threat appears to cool, the real question becomes who is willing to certify that the route is genuinely safe again. That matters because shipping lanes do not recover on sentiment alone. If there is any fear of mines, miscalculation, harassment, or leftover military risk, then movement stays cautious. Tankers may sail more slowly, insurers may keep premiums elevated, and buyers may still price in uncertainty long after the loudest headlines fade. This is why post-crisis clearance matters so much. Minesweeping, patrols, verification, and route reassurance are not technical side notes. They are the bridge between military de-escalation and commercial normalization. Without that bridge, the crisis can remain economically alive even after it appears politically calmer. There is also a wider lesson here. In strategic choke points, disruption has a second life. First comes fear of interruption. Then comes doubt about whether interruption is really over. That second phase can be quieter, but it still shapes oil flows, shipping behavior, and market nerves. So the deeper point is simple: Hormuz is not only dangerous when it is under threat. It is dangerous when trust has been damaged. And in global trade, restoring trust is often slower than ending the shooting.
every city lights you brighter, but it leaves me in the dark. que predijo mi dinero. Solo golden noter de la nada vino mater. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Golden noter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo golden noter de la nada vino mater. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Pasé de mendigo a billonario con golden noter. Oh, golden noter. Yeah. Vamos de una vez, ponela desde Embeto. La cartera, traedme el Tesla. Subí los carritos, otorga carbono cero. Mi vida es Matrix, siento código binario. Alejandro, venga.
Not every escalation works by direct destruction. Sometimes it works by getting frighteningly close. And that is why strikes reported near a nuclear research center carry such weight. Even before anyone measures the full material impact, the political and psychological signal is already moving. That matters because societies treat certain places as more than coordinates on a map. They become symbols of technological control, national security, and state competence. When violence reaches their perimeter, the question changes from what was damaged to what no longer feels untouchable. This is the deeper mechanism. Proximity can function like a form of strategic pressure all by itself. An attacker does not necessarily need to destroy a critical site to create shock. It may be enough to show that the buffer around that site is thinner than people assumed, and that the state must now reassure the public about boundaries that once seemed self-evident. That has a second-order political effect as well. Leaders are forced to answer a harder question than usual. Not simply, can we retaliate, but can we still persuade the public that our most sensitive systems are protected by more than luck? Once that doubt enters the conversation, reassurance becomes much more demanding. There is also a wider regional consequence. Sensitive site proximity tends to compress diplomacy and military signaling into the same moment. Allies pay closer attention. Adversaries test interpretation. Markets hear not just another strike, but a suggestion that escalation may be brushing against categories of risk that carry bigger consequences than ordinary battlefield damage. And that is why this kind of headline travels farther than the blast radius itself. It unsettles the hierarchy of what feels secure. In conflicts like this, the line between danger and disaster is often first crossed in the imagination before it is crossed in infrastructure. So the real significance here is not only what happened near one site on one day. It is that the war is starting to pressure the idea of protected space itself. And once a society begins wondering whether its most sensitive ground is still meaningfully separate from the battlefield has already grown larger than the map. The next big fight in internet commerce may not be about who has the smartest agent. It may be about who can prove that the agent is acting for a real person. And that is why this agent kit move from Tools for Humanity is more interesting than it first sounds. As TechCrunch and CoinDesk described it this week, the idea is straightforward but ambitious. An artificial intelligence agent can make a purchase, while the merchant receives proof that a verified human stands behind that action. In practical terms, that could become a missing trust layer for agentic commerce, especially in a world of machine-to-machine payments and standards like X402, where the technical ability to transact may arrive faster than the social ability to trust the transaction. That is the first important point. Commerce does not scale on automation alone. It scales on confidence. Merchants need a way to distinguish a useful delegated action from spam, fraud, bot abuse, or synthetic identity games. If Agent Kit works, it could help turn automated checkout from a novelty into something businesses are actually willing to support. The second point is even bigger. World is clearly trying to position itself not just as an identity app, but as accountability infrastructure. In other words, not simply who are you, but who is answerable when an agent acts. That is a much more strategic place to be if the internet shifts from human clicks to delegated decisions. But the third point is the hardest one, and it will decide adoption. The more convenient automated purchasing becomes, the more tempting abuse becomes too. So the market will have to answer an uncomfortable question: is biometric verification an acceptable price for trust in an agent-driven web, or does that ask too much in exchange for convenience? And that is the hinge of the whole story. If people reject the verification layer, agentic commerce stays clever but fragile. If they accept it, then identity stops being a profile feature and becomes the receipt for machine action. And that could turn trust itself into the operating system of online trade. Markets can absorb a lot of bad news at the edge. They get much more nervous when the center looks exposed. And that is why Tehran matters for sentiment right now. A capital under repeated pressure sends a bigger signal than an ordinary strike, because investors read it as disruption reaching the place where command, coordination, and public control are supposed to look strongest. That does not automatically mean immediate escalation everywhere, but it does keep the risk mood brittle. So this pulse is less about one headline and more about what repeated headlines from Tehran are teaching the market. They are teaching it that political gravity is now part of the volatility story. And when the capital starts looking like an active theater, caution becomes the default trade.
This is my soft reboot, breaking the loop, every glitch turns into proof that I can bloom from what I lose. This is my soft reboot, pixel by pixel coming through. I was a ghost in my own room, now I reboot. Breaking news again, another talking head, same old story, friend. Wish I was in bed, scrolling, never ending. News cycle blues got me feeling confused. All these headlines messing with my mind. Markets up, markets down, geopolitics in every town, talking numbers while I'm counting slumbers. Scrolling.
Some parts of a war dominate the front page. Others dominate the nervous system. And that is what the Northern Front can do. Even when the loudest images come from Tehran, Arad, or sensitive sites farther south, pressure from the north keeps telling everyone involved that this conflict still refuses to become one clean story. That matters because strategy depends on concentration. Governments are strongest when they can identify the main threat, mass resources around it, and explain events to the public through one clear map. A persistent Northern Front breaks that rhythm. It forces planners to hold forces in reserve, spreads air defense attention more thinly, and makes every decision heavier because no one can assume that the secondary theater will stay secondary. This is where the deeper mechanism appears. The North does not need to produce the single most dramatic strike every day to shape the entire war. It only needs to remain active enough to deny strategic closure. Once that happens, even successful operations elsewhere become harder to convert into stability, because another direction of risk remains open. There is also a political consequence. A government can more easily reassure the public when danger looks geographically organized. But when the North keeps flickering as a live threat, citizens are asked to absorb a more unsettling message. There may be no single center of danger, and therefore no simple path back to normal. That changes public psychology from shock to sustained vigilance. And the social cost accumulates. Communities in the North do not experience themselves as supporting characters in a larger war. They experience themselves as proof that the war still has more than one clock. For the state, that means more than military management. It means maintaining emotional credibility across different regions living under different kinds of pressure at the same time. So the Northern Front is not just background noise to a bigger confrontation. It is one of the mechanisms that keeps the confrontation from becoming governable. And in wars like this, the front that prevents simplification can be almost as powerful as the front that grabs the spotlight.
Golden Otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino Otter. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Golden Otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino Otter. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Pasé de mendigo a billonario con Golden Otter. Oh, Golden Otter. Yeah. Vamos de una vez, ponmela desde Beto. La cartera, traedme el Tesla. Subir los carritos, otorga carbono cero. Mi vida es Matrix, siento código binario. Alejandro, venga. Golden, Golden. Venta, escena. Vente con la botella, baby. Go rich. Golden con ese OT, nene. Corvette en el lago, descendida la escalera. Golden Otter, es la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter de la nada vino Otter. Sube, sube y te pone por encima, por encima, por encima.
Distance used to mean breathing room. In this kind of war, it increasingly means more things to defend. And that is why long-range escalation matters beyond the headline shock of a strike far from the usual front. Once deeper airbases, logistics sites, or support nodes become reachable, the military problem changes. It is no longer only about stopping destruction. It is about managing disruption. Commanders have to think about backup runways, alternate fuel chains, dispersal of aircraft, repair crews, spare parts, and how quickly damaged routines can be rebuilt. This is the second-order effect that often gets missed. A deep strike does not have to destroy a system to weaken it. It can simply make that system more expensive to operate. Every relocation, every added layer of protection, every emergency repair cycle, and every extra caution around timing turns combat power into administrative labor. There is also a psychological dimension here. Publics often imagine the rear as a place where the state regains order. But once the rear is also under conditional threat, distance stops reassuring. It starts raising questions about how much true depth the system really has. That changes the character of the conflict. A war with long reach becomes a war of regeneration as much as impact. The central question is no longer only who can hit harder. It is who can keep functioning efficiently after the map of vulnerability expands. So the real significance of long-range escalation is not simply that it extends danger. It extends maintenance, uncertainty, and fatigue across the whole machine. And when distance no longer buys calm but only more logistics to manage, range stops being geography and becomes pressure.
Nie pomogą nikomu, a trzeba pomoc. Zabijają wzrokiem pełnym zawiści. Uważają, że są czyści. Egoiści. Egoiści. Czasem ludzie to zabiją, aby lepiej im było. Zgwałcą, zniszczą, sponiewierają wszystkich, nawet swoich bliskich. Egoiści, 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 egoiści. To są ludzie. Czasem ludzie to gnoje, dbają tylko o swoje, nie pomogą nikomu, a trzeba pomoc. Zabijają wzrokiem pełnym zawiści, uważają, że są czyści, egoiści. Egoiści, 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 egoiści. To są ludzie.
Wars often change when private grief becomes public tempo. And that is what high-casualty civilian strikes can do. The moment attacks on ordinary urban space begin pulling cabinet responses into immediate motion, the story is no longer only about what was hit. It is about how civilian pain starts reorganizing the political clock. That matters because governments can manage military setbacks with analysis, secrecy, and time. Civilian trauma works differently. It is visible, emotional, and socially contagious. Families, neighborhoods, emergency crews, broadcasters, and political leaders all begin responding at once, which means the state is not just managing damage. It is managing a national demand for proof that ordinary life still counts as governable. This is where the deeper mechanism appears. A strike with a heavy civilian toll does not remain a humanitarian issue for very long. It quickly becomes a political accelerator. Calls for retaliation intensify, public tolerance for ambiguity shrinks, and leaders lose room to speak in slow strategic language when the public is looking at destroyed homes and casualty counts. There is also an institutional consequence. Once cabinet time is being consumed by civilian impact events, wartime legitimacy becomes harder to separate from domestic protection. Missile defense, warning systems, emergency medicine, shelter policy, and public communication stop looking like supporting functions. They become the visible measure of whether the state is still honoring its most basic promise. That can create a dangerous feedback loop. The more civilians suffer, the more pressure leaders feel to answer quickly. The faster leaders answer, the less room there may be for caution. And when grief begins setting the rhythm of decision-making, escalation can be driven not only by military logic, but by political survival. This is why Arad and similar stories matter beyond the immediate horror. They tell us when war stops being judged mainly from the operations room and starts being judged from the kitchen, the stairwell, the ambulance route, and the neighborhood street. That is a profound shift. So the core issue here is not only that civilians are paying the price, though they are. It is that civilian suffering is becoming part of the machinery that shapes what leaders do next. And when a government must fight the enemy while simultaneously proving to its own people that home is still defensible, the battlefield is no longer out there. It is inside the social contract itself.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing a wave. Just a creature caught in a maze, for the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden artist, son. 'Cause I'm the golden art hunter, disease, 'cause you're so alone.
One of the quieter shifts in a prolonged conflict is that reassurance starts losing purchasing power. And that is where this broader missile story is heading now. The longer repeated strikes continue, the harder it becomes for any government to calm the public with the same language that might have worked earlier. That matters because confidence is not static. In the early phase of a crisis, people may accept a statement of control on faith. But after repeated alarms, casualties, cabinet reactions, and visible disruption, the public begins demanding more proof for the same promise. In effect, credibility becomes more expensive. This is the deeper mechanism. Leaders are no longer managing only danger. They are managing the shrinking shelf life of words. A routine assurance sounds thinner. A delayed explanation sounds heavier. Even a measured tone can start feeling detached if events keep interrupting it. There is also a strategic consequence. Once reassurance weakens, governments may feel pressure to act more visibly, speak more forcefully, or narrow ambiguity faster than they otherwise would. That can make policy louder and less flexible, even when the military picture remains uncertain. So the significance of repeated missile pressure is not just physical or tactical. It is institutional. It changes how authority has to perform in public. And when every new strike makes trust harder to sustain, the war is no longer only contesting territory. It is contesting the credibility of control itself.
Send me on a mission for the golden orders. Send me on a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the edge of the earth for orders.
A choke point does not return to normal the moment the shooting pauses. It returns to normal when enough people believe normal is safe to perform again. And that is why Hormuz matters far beyond the immediate fear of blockade or attack. People often picture the strait in purely military terms: ships, missiles, escorts, patrols, maybe mines. But global trade runs on a much wider ecosystem than warships alone. Tanker operators need confidence. Insurers need pricing they can justify. Crews need routes they will actually sail. Buyers need delivery schedules they can trust. If any part of that chain stays nervous, the waterway remains functionally impaired even when it is technically open. That is the deeper mechanism here. Strategic routes are not reopened by declarations. They are reopened by behavior. If ships slow down, if charters are delayed, if insurance stays expensive, if captains reroute where possible, and if counterparties keep demanding a premium for uncertainty, then the crisis is still alive in commercial form. This is why Hormuz has such outsized importance. It is not only a passage for oil. It is a passage for confidence. And confidence is unusually delicate after a confrontation. Once traders and logistics networks have been reminded that the route can become dangerous, they do not instantly forget it just because an official statement sounds calmer. There is also a political lesson in that. States may succeed in reducing direct risk, yet still find that the private sector is slower to forgive. In that sense, governments are not only defending a waterway. They are trying to persuade the market that routine can resume without being punished. That is what makes post-crisis Hormuz so revealing. It shows the difference between physical access and trusted access. One is about geography. The other is about belief, and belief moves more slowly. So the bigger point is this: in a strategic choke point, the end of danger is not the same thing as the return of normal life. The route is truly open only when fear stops writing the shipping schedule. A strike on a capital is never just a strike on a city. It is a strike on the performance of authority. And that is why Tehran carries such unusual weight in this conflict. Capitals are where states make control visible. Government offices, command structures, media messaging, and the symbolism of national order all sit closer together there than in most other places. So when explosions, fires, and emergency reactions return to Tehran, the public is not only seeing damage. It is seeing the state being forced to prove that the center still behaves like the center. This is the deeper mechanism. A country can sometimes absorb violence on the periphery without a major political shock. But repeated pressure on the capital changes the emotional map. It tells citizens that the place meant to embody stability is now also part of the battlefield's uncertainty. That has an institutional consequence as well. Every incident in the capital demands several responses at once: security, communications, reassurance, continuity of government, and deterrent signaling. That makes disruption more politically expensive than a similar event elsewhere. So Tehran matters not only because of what may be hit, but because capitals compress power into public view. And when the city that symbolizes control must keep demonstrating control under fire, the war is no longer only contesting ground. It is contesting whether authority itself still looks believable.
Scrolling through the chaos, same headline fine, different day. Everybody's selling outrage like a discount holiday. Talking heads in tiny boxes, pointing, shout, then cut to heads. I just want a little truth here, not a glossy paper mask. Is anyone still honest on the screen? Or just chasing every click and every screen? Turn up the RadioTube news. Tell me something that's real, not just views. I'm tired of the spin and the fuel. Give me rain, give me sun, give me proof. Turn up the RadioTube news. Let the static cut clear through the roofs. If the world's gonna burn or bloom, I wanna know it's true. Grandma says a rumor, swears she heard it late last night from a stranger in a pocket who's afraid of being right. Every side has got a slogan, every feed a perfect frame, but the facts feel out of focus under filters and the flames. Is anyone still brave enough to say I could be wrong? Let's learn along the way. Turn up the RadioTube news. Tell me something that's real, not just views. I'm tired of the spin and the fuel. Give me rain, give me sun, give me proof. Turn up the RadioTube news. Let the static cut clear through the roof. If the world's gonna burn or bloom, I wanna know it's true.
Not every important war story comes from a cabinet room, an airbase, or a strike map. Sometimes it comes from a business that opens its doors anyway. And that is why a small place staying open in Mechelen matters more than it may first appear. On the surface, a pizza bar serving locals and soldiers under missile pressure can look like a human interest detail. But in a prolonged conflict, details like that are part of the real structure of resilience. They show whether daily life still has enough confidence, enough habit, and enough social trust to keep functioning in the shadow of danger. That matters because wars are not endured by armies alone. They are endured by routines. Shops open. Deliveries arrive. People gather. Workers show up. Food gets served. All of that helps a society resist the feeling that violence has taken over the calendar completely. Once those ordinary rhythms collapse, fear becomes much harder to contain. This is the deeper mechanism. Civilian resilience is not only emotional. It is logistical and economic. A business that remains active under pressure supports workers, feeds communities, reinforces local identity, and sends a message that the area is still inhabited by choice rather than abandoned by fear. That has symbolic value, but it also has operational value for a country trying to sustain itself through a long confrontation. There is a limit, of course. Resilience is not invulnerability, and no government can simply celebrate local stubbornness instead of providing real protection. But the existence of these pockets of routine shows something important, that the Northern Front is not only a story of strikes and alerts. It is also a story about whether ordinary life can keep reproducing itself under stress. And that may be one of the clearest measures of endurance in any war. Not whether people feel no fear, but whether they can keep building a day inside it. When a town under pressure still finds a way to feed people, gather people, and act like tomorrow matters, that is not background texture. That is society refusing to surrender the meaning of normal life. A warning system does more than save lives. Over time, it teaches a society how to live. And that is one of the quieter but more important changes in a prolonged missile conflict. At first, sirens, shelters, emergency alerts, and quick response routines feel like extraordinary measures. They interrupt normal life. But when attacks keep recurring, those same systems can start becoming part of normal life itself. People plan around them. Schools adapt to them. Businesses adapt to them. Families adapt to them. That is the deeper mechanism here. Protection stops being only a security function and becomes a civic habit. The society begins reorganizing time, movement, and expectation around the possibility of sudden danger. That can be an impressive form of resilience, but it also shows how deeply the conflict is entering everyday existence. There is a cost to that adaptation. The more efficient these routines become, the easier it is for outsiders to underestimate the burden of living inside them. A system that works can make danger look manageable. But manageable is not the same thing as normal in any healthy sense. So the story is not only about whether warning systems perform well. It is about what happens when a population becomes fluent in emergency as a language of daily life. And when a society no longer experiences protection as an exception but as a permanent rhythm, the battlefield has already moved into the structure of ordinary time.
For the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease, 'cause you're so alone and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut, my hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box, now they thrown in the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden otters going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden, the otter hunter, man. Send me on a mission for the golden otters. Send me on a trip for the golden otters. Send me on a quest for the golden otters. Send me to the end of the earth for otters.
Woke up in a screen glow, tabs open like past lives, old files and false starts, dust in my hard drive, drag all the doubts to the trash, hit delete on the fear I save, new cursor on a blank page, heart beating away from weight. This is my soft reboot, breaking the loop, breaking the loop, every glitch turns into proof that I can bloom from what I lose. This is my soft reboot, pixel by pixel coming through. I was a ghost in my own room, now I reboot. I reboot. soft reboot. Breaking the loop, every glitch turns into proof that I can bloom from what I lose. This is my soft reboot. Pixel by pixel, coming through. I was a ghost in my own room. Now I reboot. Tuning in. Turn it up. One place for all that stuff. Hey! RadioTube News Radio.
A capital is where a state turns power into something people can see. And that is why Tehran matters so much in a prolonged exchange of strikes. When pressure reaches the capital again and again, the issue is not only what was damaged. The issue is whether the center can keep looking like the center. That matters because capitals concentrate everything that makes authority legible: ministries, command structures, state media, political symbolism, and the daily choreography of government. A strike on the edge of a country can be framed as distant. A strike in the capital forces the state to perform composure in the same place where it is being visibly tested. This is the deeper mechanism. Governments can survive danger more easily than they can survive recurrent public interruption at the symbolic core. Once alarms, emergency reactions, and disruption become familiar features of capital life, the public starts asking a harder question than whether the government can respond. It starts asking whether the government still looks in control while responding. There is also an administrative burden here. Each new incident in the capital requires security measures, communications management, continuity planning, reassurance, and deterrent signaling all at once. That makes capital pressure more politically expensive than similar disruption elsewhere. So Tehran is not important only because it may contain sensitive sites or leadership. It is important because capitals are where states display continuity as a lived fact. And when the place designed to embody order must keep reproving that order in public, the conflict is no longer only about military range. It is about whether authority can remain convincing while standing inside its own exposure. Markets can live with bad headlines longer than they can live with emotionally decisive ones. And that is why the civilian impact story matters for sentiment right now. When strikes produce the highest casualty counts of the war, the issue is no longer only destruction on the ground. The issue is that public grief can speed up politics, and faster politics usually means a shorter distance to the next escalation risk. That keeps the mood fragile even without a dramatic move in every asset on a weekend screen. Investors are reading civilian harm as a signal that governments may have less room to stay patient, measured, or ambiguous. So this pulse is not really about one tragic headline in isolation. It is about the market sensing that once civilian pain starts setting the tempo, risk stops waiting politely for Monday.
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter, Mon. I need 'em golden, golden otters, son. 'Cause I'm the golden otter hunter, Mon. Send me on a mission for the golden otters. Send me on a trip for the golden otters. Send me on a quest for the golden otters. Send me to the ends of the earth for otters. a trip for the golden orders. Send me on a quest for the golden orders. Send me to the edge of the earth for orders.
Golden Otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter, de la nada vino un hater. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Golden Otter, la moneda meme que predijo mi dinero. Solo Golden Otter, de la nada vino un hater. Sube, sube y te pone por encima. Pasé de mendigo a billonario con Golden Otter.
Some wars are decided by destruction. Others are decided by how quickly a system can stop destruction from becoming permanent disorder. And that is why long-range escalation matters right now. When strikes reach deep into airbases, support hubs, or rear area infrastructure, the headline usually focuses on distance. But distance is only the beginning of the story. The deeper question is whether the side under pressure can keep regenerating combat power after the shock. That matters because military strength is not just planes, missiles, or launchers. It is runways that can be used again, fuel that can still arrive on time, crews that can still work under pressure, spare parts that can still be moved, and command routines that do not break every time the rear comes under threat. Once those systems are repeatedly interrupted, the war becomes less about one dramatic strike and more about whether the machine can keep restarting. This is the hidden mechanism. A long-range attack does not have to destroy everything to be strategically valuable. It can force dispersal. It can slow maintenance. It can turn ordinary scheduling into emergency scheduling. And when that happens again and again, military effectiveness begins leaking away through delay, caution, and fatigue. There is also a political layer to this. Leaders like to present the rear as the place where order is restored and decisions stay calm. But when the rear itself must constantly be repaired, protected, and reorganized, the promise of depth becomes harder to sustain. Citizens begin to see that distance is no longer a guarantee of stability. It is simply more territory that must be managed under stress. So the meaning of long-range escalation is not just that the map of danger gets bigger. It is that the map of recovery gets bigger too. And in this kind of conflict, the side that keeps functioning after disruption may matter more than the side that creates the bigger explosion. A choke point is never just a line on the map. It is a test of whether commerce still believes the map is safe enough to use. And that is why Hormuz keeps carrying so much weight. People often talk about the strait as if the whole story were naval power and geography. But the second layer is commercial psychology. Tankers move when owners accept the route, insurers price the danger, crews agree to sail, and buyers trust that delivery schedules will still hold. That is the mechanism that matters. Even without a total shutdown, rising tension can make the route feel less reliable. Ships may hesitate, premiums may rise, routing decisions may become more conservative, and every one of those choices can spread the shock further than the immediate military event itself. This is why Hormuz has such outsized importance in periods of extreme fear. It does not need to be fully closed to become economically disruptive. It only needs enough uncertainty to make private actors behave as if normality has become expensive. So the bigger point is simple. Hormuz is not only an energy corridor. It is a confidence corridor. And when trust starts thinning there, the world does not wait for a blockade to feel the pressure. Not every strike changes a war in the same way. Some destroy infrastructure. Others destroy categories. And that is why attacks landing near highly sensitive sites carry such unusual weight. When missiles hit or threaten areas close to research centers, strategic facilities, or nationally significant compounds, the public does not hear only the blast. It hears a different message. The map of special protection may be thinner than people believed. Even if the core site remains intact, proximity itself can be politically powerful. That matters because modern states rely on invisible hierarchies of safety. Citizens assume that some places are better defended, more insulated, more watched, and symbolically harder to touch than ordinary urban space. Once strikes seem to approach those zones, the damage is no longer only material. It becomes psychological and institutional. This is the deeper mechanism. A near hit can be almost as destabilizing, in social terms, as a direct hit on an ordinary target. It invites the public to rethink what counts as protected space. And once that mental boundary weakens, fear spreads beyond the immediate area of impact. There is also a strategic consequence for leadership. Governments can explain isolated destruction more easily than they can explain the apparent shrinking of privileged safety. The closer danger appears to nationally sensitive places, the more leaders must prove that deterrence, intelligence, and layered defense still mean something in practice, not only in official language. That shifts the burden of reassurance. The public is no longer asking only, was the site hit? It is asking, how close can danger get before our old assumptions stop working? That is a much harder question, because it turns security from a matter of facts into a matter of belief. And belief is what prolonged conflicts wear down first. Once people start feeling that even specially protected zones live under conditional threat, they stop dividing the map neatly between safe and unsafe. They begin treating the whole country as a spectrum of exposure. So the significance of these strikes is not only in what they damage, it is in what they teach. And when a war starts eroding the idea that some spaces are protected by their importance alone, it is no longer just attacking targets. It is attacking the architecture of confidence itself.
Las mareas corren hacia ella. Las sombras la buscan incluso en la noche más oscura. Un amor reluciente de oro, llevándome desde lo viejo hacia el infinito y más allá. Desvanecerse, dejarlo ir, quedarme en casa, nada más que amor. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame, amén.
A war can feel abstract for longer than a society expects. Then one name appears, one town appears, and abstraction starts to collapse. And that is why the Northern Front can suddenly feel different when a victim is publicly identified. Until that point, repeated pressure in the North can be processed as a pattern: alerts, strikes, damage reports, another dangerous day near the border. But a named death changes the emotional structure of the story. It gives attrition a face, and once attrition has a face, it becomes much harder to treat the region as background. That matters because governments can often manage ongoing border pressure as a strategic problem. A named victim turns it into a social fact. Communities do not hear only that the North remains dangerous. They hear that a specific life has now been folded into that danger, and that makes the burden of endurance feel more personal and less statistical. This is the deeper mechanism. Identification transforms incident into memory. It helps a country remember the Northern Front not as a map zone but as a lived human cost. That can alter political pressure too, because leaders are no longer responding only to security assessments. They are responding to a public that can now picture the price more clearly. There is also a wider consequence for the shape of the war. The North does not need to produce the largest strike every day to remain strategically important. It only needs to keep producing moments that remind the public that the conflict still has more than one active edge and more than one community carrying the load. So the significance of the Northern Front is not only that it stays open. It is that every named loss makes it harder to look away. And when a secondary front begins writing itself into national memory one person at a time, it stops being secondary in any emotional sense that matters.
Turn my thoughts into electric sketches, little sparks in the midnight air. Color outside all the quiet edges. Let the weird ideas live out there. Turn my thoughts into electric sketches. Every glitch is a doorway to. If the mood feels strange and restless, that's the place I'm pulling through. Place I'm pulling Post-its peel off the wall, plans fall, I just free fall, tracing shapes in the dust, accidents I can almost trust. Turn my thoughts into electric sketches, little sparks in the midnight air, color outside all the quiet edges.
Some crises end with a ceasefire. Others begin a second chapter the moment the ceasefire starts. And that is why the Hormuz story deserves a closer look. When officials talk about possible minesweeping after a truce, they are telling us something important. The danger is not only the dramatic moment of confrontation. The danger is also what may be left behind in the water, in the insurance market, and in the minds of shipowners once the immediate exchange of fire has eased. That matters because strategic choke points are fragile in a very specific way. A route like Hormuz does not return to normal simply because governments say tensions are lower. It returns to normal when captains believe it is sailable, when insurers believe it is priceable, and when importers believe cargoes will move without hidden delay or surprise risk. This is the deeper mechanism. Minesweeping is not just a military cleanup task. It is a signal to the market that someone is taking responsibility for turning fear back into usable geography. And the fact that outside countries may be discussing that role shows how international the burden becomes once a choke point is politically contaminated. There is also a time dimension here. A missile strike is fast. Restoring trust is slow. Surveying waters, clearing hazards, coordinating navies, updating risk models, and persuading commercial actors to resume normal behavior can take far longer than the headline shock that caused the panic in the first place. That is why Hormuz matters beyond oil price reflexes. It shows how modern disruption works. The first phase is violence. The second phase is verification. And verification is what determines whether trade really recovers or only pretends to. So the bigger point is this: in a choke point crisis, the end of shooting is not the end of danger. The route is only truly reopened when confidence has been cleared as carefully as the water itself.
Ideas flicker, fireflies, little sparks and circuit lines. Copy courage, paste it twice, record the way I say I'm fine. Breathe in and update air, patch the shame, clear despair. If I crash, I'll rise again. Loading a life that I can wear. This is my soft reboot, breaking the loop, every glitch turns into proof that I can bloom from what I lose. This is my soft reboot, pixel by pixel coming through. I was a ghost in my own room, now I reboot.
A capital under attack is not only a military problem. It is an administrative performance under stress. And that is why Tehran carries such unusual weight. In most countries, the capital is where authority becomes visible. Ministries sit there. Media attention sits there. Political hierarchy sits there. So when pressure returns to Tehran, the government is not only being asked to respond. It is being asked to keep looking coherent while responding. That is the deeper mechanism. A strike on a peripheral site can be explained as distance. A strike in the capital forces the state to prove that the center still behaves like the center. Continuity stops being assumed and starts being demonstrated in real time. This creates a heavier burden than simple damage control. Security, communications, continuity planning, and deterrent messaging all have to operate together, often in full public view. That makes disruption in the capital more politically expensive than disruption somewhere less symbolic. There is also a psychological spillover. Citizens may tolerate danger more easily when it appears organized at the edge. But when the capital itself lives under repeated interruption, people begin to wonder whether order is still anchored where it is supposed to be anchored. So Tehran matters not only because it may contain important targets. It matters because capitals are where a state stages the idea of control. And when that stage keeps shaking, the audience stops judging only security. It starts judging whether authority itself still looks believable.
Every error is a secret door. Try once, then I try once more. Turn it up, my neon ideas, all these colors in my head run free. Drawing futures on the ceiling, I can see it, I can feel it, it's designing me. Turn it up, my neon ideas, every line is just a doorway key. When I close my eyes, I'm building whole new worlds out of pure energy. Breaking news again. Another talking head. Same old story, friend. Wish I was in bed. Scrolling, scrolling, never ending. News cycle blues got me feeling confused. All these headlines messing with my mind. Markets up, markets down, geopolitics in every town. Talking numbers while I'm counting slumbers. Scrolling, scrolling, still never ending. News cycle blues got me feeling confused. All these headlines.
A war changes character when the home front stops being a backdrop and starts setting the tempo. And that is what the civilian impact story can do. When strikes on cities like Arad and areas near Dimona push the cabinet into urgent consultations, the meaning of civilian harm changes. It is no longer only about loss, grief, and damage. It is also about how ordinary urban space begins driving the political clock. That matters because governments prefer to make wartime decisions through structure, briefings, hierarchy, sequencing, and time to compare options. Civilian impact events work differently. They arrive emotionally charged, publicly visible, and socially contagious. Families react, broadcasters react, local officials react, emergency systems react, and then national leadership is pulled into that same compressed hour. This is the deeper mechanism. A heavy strike on civilians does not just test air defense or emergency medicine. It tests whether the state can still think strategically while being forced to feel politically in real time. And that is a much harder balance than many. A war changes character when the home front stops being a backdrop and starts setting the tempo. And that is what the civilian impact story can do. When strikes on cities like Arad and areas near Dimona push the cabinet into urgent consultations, the meaning of civilian harm changes. It is no longer only about loss, grief, and damage. It is also about how ordinary urban space begins driving the political clock. That matters because governments prefer to make wartime decisions through structure, briefings, hierarchy, sequencing, and time to compare options. Civilian impact events work differently. They arrive emotionally charged, publicly visible, and socially contagious. Families react, broadcasters react, local officials react, emergency systems react, and then national leadership is pulled into that same compressed hour. This is the deeper mechanism. A heavy strike on civilians does not just test air defense or emergency medicine. It tests whether the state can still think strategically while being forced to feel politically in real time. And that is a much harder balance than many people realize. There is also an institutional consequence. Once cabinet attention is repeatedly consumed by civilian impact events, domestic protection stops looking like a supporting task to the war effort. It becomes central to legitimacy itself. Shelters, warning systems, trauma care, public communication, and visible responsiveness all become part of how the government proves it is still governing. That creates risk as well. The more civilian suffering accelerates decision-making, the less room leaders may feel they have for patience, ambiguity, or de-escalatory language. In other words, the public shock of an attack can narrow the state's political maneuvering space even before the military picture becomes clearer. So this story is not only about the cruelty of missiles landing near civilian life, though it is certainly that. It is about a deeper transition in how war is governed. Once kitchens, stairwells, neighborhoods, and ambulance routes begin shaping cabinet time, the home front is no longer adjacent to the battlefield. It has become one of the battlefield's command centers. What keeps markets uneasy right now is not just the fear of a dramatic Hormuz incident. It is the fear that Hormuz can stay economically stressful even without the single worst-case headline. Once traders start thinking in terms of longer insurance caution, slower shipping decisions, and lingering route anxiety, risk stops looking like a spike and starts looking like a condition. That usually keeps sentiment heavier because duration is harder to price than shock. So the pulse here is not about one burst of panic. It is about the market realizing that a choke point can keep writing tension into the system long after the loudest moment passes. And when risk begins to feel persistent instead of explosive, caution becomes the default position.
Scroll wheel spinning, headlines hit like glass. Red text yelling, market move fast.
The next thing to watch is not just the next strike. It is the pattern of the strikes. If pressure keeps appearing near sensitive or symbolically loaded areas, that will keep raising the burden on governments to prove control, not just promise it. If instead the map of danger starts spreading more routinely across ordinary locations, the public may begin reading this as a wider condition rather than a series of exceptional shocks. That distinction matters because markets and societies can absorb an incident more easily than a pattern. And once the pattern becomes the story, reassurance
Gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden artist son, 'cause I'm the golden art hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden artist son, 'cause I'm the golden art hunter, man. I know you've been noticing me, been hopping in and out of your dreams. You lost control, I'm your disease, 'cause you're so alone and I'm your greed. I've been pretty tied up, hoping for the right cut, my hands on the riddle. I've been serving up much, coming out of the box, now they're throwing into the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave. Just a creature caught in the maze, for the golden artist going insane. I need 'em golden, golden artist son, 'cause I'm the golden art hunter, man. I need 'em golden, golden artist son, 'cause I'm the golden art hunter, man. Send me on a mission for the golden arters. Send me on a trip for the golden arters. Send me on a quest for the golden arters. Send me to the ends of the earth for otters. Send me on a mission for the golden arters. Send me on a trip for
distance used to mean breathing room. In this kind of war, it increasingly means more territory that has to stay functional under threat. And that is why long-range escalation matters beyond the shock of a strike landing far from the usual front. When deeper airfields, logistics depots, fuel chains, or command support sites become reachable, the problem changes immediately. Commanders are no longer asking only how to defend the line. They are asking how to keep the rear from turning into a repair queue. That matters because military power is not just missiles, aircraft, or launchers. It is the invisible system behind them, runways that reopen quickly, spare parts that arrive on time, fuel that gets where it should, crews that can rotate, and routines that do not collapse every time the alarm sounds. Once those systems are repeatedly interrupted, combat strength begins leaking away through friction. This is the deeper mechanism. A long-range strike does not have to destroy a base outright to be strategically useful. It can force dispersal, lengthen maintenance cycles, slow sortie generation, complicate scheduling, and make every operation more administrative. That is how distance turns from safety into workload. There is a political layer here too. States like to reassure the public that the rear remains ordered even when the front is dangerous. But when the rear must constantly be repaired, redistributed, and protected, the promise of strategic depth starts looking thinner. People begin to understand that what lies farther away is not necessarily safer. It may simply require more management. And that changes the meaning of endurance. The question is no longer only who can absorb a strike. It is who can regenerate after one without losing tempo, clarity, or efficiency. So long-range escalation is not just about reach. It is about whether a state can keep its hidden machinery running while the space behind the battlefield stops behaving like sanctuary.
I know I should be in bed, and it's almost 3 a.m. But when I close my eyes, I can only see miles of headlights flashing out the distance. So sing my little lonely songs. It's just part of who I am, 'cause I know that it's been calling to
Scrolling through the chaos, same headline, different day. Everybody's selling outrage like a discount holiday. Talking heads in tiny boxes, pointing, shout, then cut to words. I just want a little truth here, not a glossy paper mask. Is anyone still honest on this screen? Or just chasing every click and every screen? Turn up the RadioTube news. Tell me something that's real, not just views. I'm tired of the spin and the fuel. Give me rain, give me sun, give me proof. Turn up the RadioTube news. Let the static cut clear through the roofs. If the world's gonna burn or bloom, I wanna know it's true. Grandma says a rumor, swear she heard it late last night from a stranger in her pocket who's afraid of being.
Some fronts dominate the headlines. Others quietly dominate the nervous system. And that is what the Northern Front can do in a war like this. Even when the loudest attention is pulled toward Tehran, Arad, or other symbolically heavy locations, pressure from the north keeps reminding everyone that the conflict still has more than one active edge. That matters because strategy depends on simplification. Governments want to identify the main threat, concentrate resources, and explain events to the public through one clear picture. An active Northern Front resists that. It forces commanders to hold assets back, spreads defensive attention more thinly, and makes every decision heavier because no one can assume the so-called secondary theater will stay secondary. This is the deeper mechanism. The North does not need to produce the most dramatic strike every day to shape the whole war. It only needs to remain active enough to deny closure. Once that happens, even success elsewhere becomes harder to convert into a feeling of control. There is a public consequence too. Citizens can absorb danger more easily when it looks geographically organized. But when the North keeps flickering as a live source of threat, the public is asked to live with a more unsettling reality. There may be no single center of danger and no simple path back to normal. So the Northern Front matters not because it always steals the spotlight, but because it keeps stealing certainty. And in a conflict like this, the front that prevents simplification can be nearly as powerful as the front that makes the most noise.
song and sing it to the wind. You're out there on the road tonight. London, New York, Amsterdam.
A capital is where a state makes control visible. That is where authority is supposed to look natural, continuous, and almost boring. And that is exactly why Tehran matters so much in this phase of the conflict. When repeated strikes or major explosions hit a capital, the story is no longer just about damage. It becomes a test of whether the center can still behave like the center. That matters because capitals compress everything, ministries. A capital is where a state makes control visible. That is where authority is supposed to look natural, continuous, and almost boring. And that is exactly why Tehran matters so much in this phase of the conflict. When repeated strikes or major explosions hit a capital, the story is no longer just about damage. It becomes a test of whether the center can still behave like the center. That matters because capitals compress everything, ministries, command structures, symbolic power, national media attention, and the expectation that the government remains composed no matter what happens elsewhere. This is the deeper mechanism. A strike on a peripheral location can be framed as distance, bad luck, or the cost of war at the edge. A strike in the capital is different. It asks whether the place designed to project continuity can keep projecting it under interruption. That is a much harder task than simple defense. Security services, emergency response, communications teams, political leadership, and continuity planning all have to work at the same time and often in public view. So every incident in Tehran becomes more politically expensive than a similar event in a less symbolic location. There is also an emotional consequence. Citizens can tolerate danger more easily when it appears geographically organized. But once the capital itself begins to absorb repeated disruption, people may stop asking only whether the state can respond. They begin asking whether the state still looks fully anchored in the place where it is supposed to feel strongest. And that is where prolonged pressure becomes especially corrosive. Authority can survive attacks. What becomes harder to sustain is effortless authority, the kind that does not need to keep proving itself. When the capital is repeatedly forced into visible reaction, control starts looking more conditional. So Tehran matters not only because of what can be hit there. It matters because capitals are stages on which states perform normality, hierarchy, and composure. And when that stage keeps shaking, the conflict is no longer just contesting territory. It is contesting whether power still looks convincing at its own center.
Są tacy, co stają na głowie, tak jakby wszyscy byli w zmowie. Do czasu aż sobie jeden z drugim uzmysłowi, jacy oni wszyscy są małostkowi, aż żygać się chce. Ten, kto to wie, kurwa, życie obstrzone jak gołębim, gównem pulwa. Zrobi tak jak ja, pójdzie własną drogą. Prócz cienia nie ma ze mną nikogo. Żegnam się z problemem, pokój dla tych, co w pokoju są sam na sam z tym sound systemem. Wiem, że czasem trudno być dziś supermanem, gdy wtłaczamy pod ciśnieniem stres jest działań terenem. Znam jak ty te noce nieprzespane, by nad ranem zawikłane kwestie podejść z nowym planem, jak staranem. Dokładnie znam to, mam te same myśli skołatane. Znam to, jest mi znane, uczucie z tym związane, co jest grane. Marzenia niewypowiadane.
Watch Hormuz closely, but not only for a shutdown headline. The more revealing signal is whether commercial behavior starts tightening before the map officially changes. If insurers harden, shipowners hesitate, or buyers demand more protection, then the strait is already transmitting stress even while it stays open on paper. That is how a geopolitical threat becomes a market fact. So the quick bulletin here is simple. In Hormuz, hesitation can matter almost as much as closure. And once trade starts behaving nervously, the world feels it fast.
Na dzień bardziej niezręczny. Jest ten, że gest nikt stanie rzeczy. Wiesz jak jest, gdy czyjś czyn czyimś słowom przeczy. Wiesz jak to leczyć, lecz to kaleczy. Ręce THC jak dwa ostrza mieczy. Na razie walczę i na jaranie warczę. Chcesz też uwierz, ja dostarczę ci tarczę. Może nie wystarczy, ale będę tuż obok. Prócz ciebie nie ma mnie dla nikogo. Dla nikogo. Nie ma mnie dla nikogo. Nie ma mnie dla nikogo. Nikogo. Nie ma mnie dla nikogo. Nie ma mnie dla nikogo. Dla nikogo. Nie ma mnie dla nikogo. Nie ma mnie dla nikogo. Nikogo. Nie ma mnie dla nikogo. Nie ma mnie dla nikogo.
Golden Hour lustrando mi vida, bailando quiérame llevar. Yo solo estoy aquí por el viaje, no hay otra dirección. Las estrellas caen cuando ella camina por la escalera, las flores lloran cuando su sombra pasa por ellas, cuando su reflejo corre en las olas. No use my love, no, no. Las mareas corren hacia ella, las sombras la buscan incluso en la noche más oscura. Un amor reluciente de oro, llevándome desde lo viejo hacia el infinito y más allá. Desvanecerse, dejarlo ir, quedarme en casa, nada más que amor. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame. Aguanta un poco más conmigo, déjame bailar contigo, romperme contigo, solo llévame, amén.
Woke up in a screen glow, tabs open like past lives, old files and false starts, dust in my hard drive. Drag all the doubts to the trash, hit delete on the fear I save. New cursor on a blank page, heartbeat in a waveform wave. This is my soft reboot, breaking the loop, breaking the loop. Every glitch turns into proof that I can bloom from what I lose. This is my soft reboot, pixel by pixel coming through. I was a ghost in my own room, now I reboot.
Some wars announce themselves with explosions. Then, if they continue long enough, they begin announcing themselves through calendars. And that is one of the most important shifts in the broader missile story right now. At the beginning, each strike looks like an event. People react, recover, and wait for the next alert. But after repeated pressure, the logic changes. Families start planning their day around uncertainty. Schools plan around interruption. Businesses plan around disruption. Governments plan around the possibility that any routine may suddenly need to become an emergency routine. That matters because a society is strongest when it can think beyond the next hour. It can invest, travel, build, schedule, and reassure itself through continuity. Repeated missile pressure attacks that continuity indirectly. It shortens the horizon of confidence. This is the deeper mechanism. A missile does not need to hit every target to change behavior. It only needs to make future time feel less reliable. Once that happens, people begin making smaller decisions, safer decisions, more reversible decisions. And when millions of those adjustments pile up, the conflict starts entering economic life, civic life, and emotional life all at once. There is also a political consequence. Governments are judged not only on whether they intercept threats, but on whether they can preserve a believable sense of tomorrow. That becomes harder when repeated alerts, casualties, and disruption teach the public to think in shorter increments. So the significance of the broader missile campaign is not only in what it destroys directly. It is in what it does to planning. And when a society stops living confidently in the medium term and starts living alert to the next interruption, the war has already moved beyond the strike map. It has entered the architecture of time itself. This market pulse is being shaped by civilian impact, not just by missiles in the abstract. When casualty headlines from places like Arad become the dominant image, risk stops feeling strategic and starts feeling personal. That matters because markets usually digest tension better than trauma. Once the story becomes human loss, investors start assuming tougher political language, faster decisions, and less room for restraint. So the driver here is not simply escalation. It is emotional escalation, and that tends to travel through sentiment very fast. When war becomes vivid, caution usually becomes the default trade.
Serving up much, coming out of the box, now they're throwing into the trucks. When the moonlight beams go into the moonlight, gotta make it to the cave, going deeper, traversing the wave, just a creature